Wait. Oh no, that's the ceiling. Oh, and there's so much. In the bottom right-hand corner. Why? Oh no. Hello, everybody. Give me one moment. Why are these the same thing? Why does it think that those are the same thing? Oh, I know exactly why. All right, get rid of that. There we go. All right, no need to be in studio mode. Okay, sorry. You're going to have to look at the ceiling boot for a second. Look, I got a little impatient, and I may or may not have started stream before I was actually ready to start. What's up? I am ready to watch Critical Role. I'm ready to stream. The bowl lamp looking fresh. Thank you. You guys like my ceiling? It's a ceiling. No, okay, so I originally, and I said it in the Discord announcement, that I originally wasn't going to be on Twitch and that the quality was going to be a bit lower. And that's what I was going to do. But then I got a confusing text from the ISP. And also I need to make sure that everything ran correctly. It did, I think. I got kind of a confusing text from the ISP where they were either just noting that the technician came out and like did a service, or they were saying that they did the maintenance that they had for like a 48-hour window, which this would be like 12 hours later within the 48. So I find that a little bit unbelievable. But I didn't have enough time to check on it. So on the off chance that they did do the work, I was like, well, let's, do the whole, let's do Twitch, let's do, the normal quality. And we'll see if we have drops. And if we do have drops, then unfortunately Twitch will have to get cut. But I will say that before I actually do it. But yeah, that's the main squeeze. I know, Fairwind. I'm sorry. But maybe it won't have to happen. Who knows? But I wouldn't say optimistic. I'm oddly optimistic. Mostly because the tech was almost instantly identified a very particular problem that he was like, oh yeah, like people wouldn't normally notice this, but it makes sense with the very specific thing that you're describing. So that's cross my fingers. Mostly a VOD frog anyway. Just lurking so you get the views you deserve. Well, thank you, Farrowin. I appreciate it. So with that, that was the other thing I forgot to write down. I keep forgetting to write things down, but it is to not let the talking budget go under 0. I'm fine with it going low, but under 0. Going negative should not be allowed. Stop the talking budget from going below 0. Yeah, that works. Okay. And we don't have any takeaway or anything. The only thing I will say is I know that we skipped a battle royale, and I have been, especially with all the internet issues, I've become very aware of how vulnerable Critical Eyes is as a format to disruption, especially with the internet issues. So I've been thinking about some alternative formats, and I think I'm going to beta test the alternative format with the Battle Royale. So I'm not going to go too deep into what the format is. You'll see it when it happens. But I think we'll get a beta test for that, and that could theoretically be like our break glass in case of emergency, because it's much more resilient than the normal format, but I don't like it quite as much. But it could be our parachute format. I've been watching here and there, but this is my first time in chat. What's up, Snark Horse? How you doing? Welcome. But with all of that said, I mainly need to pull up. I need to pull up the timesheet. There it is. And I am feeling. I'm definitely feeling much physically better. Still a little bit of stuff here and there, but not too bad. So I'm not super worried about having to call it for medical, but it is theoretically possible. Hello, Facecam? Where'd you go? Hello? Oh, there it is. It decided it wanted to come on today. Okay. Whoa, the talking budget is very weirdly overlapping things. I don't know why that is. It's probably because I probably changed a size somewhere. Okay. That's better. Cool. Okie dokie. Yeah, I think that's it. That's it in terms of housekeeping. Yeah. I will also say, I guess, to whet your appetite slightly, I know that people have also been wanting, other actual plays. Drakkenheim's come up. One that I had never heard of, but that multiple people have told me about. It's Avantis, I think, or something along those lines. Obviously, all of D20. There are so many different actual plays out there that people wanna see, and with the current format, obviously, I've had struggles with my voice, with scheduling, and the other format is less time live. It has like a pre-recorded aspect to it. So it might be more feasible. Not necessarily less work, but like the way that the work is distributed, it might be more feasible for doing some of those other shows, which could be cool. So, yeah. If you have been wanting me to watch a different actual play that's not Critical Role Campaign 1, that is potentially good news. We'll see. But timestamp after the break is 2:28:52. 28:52. What's up, cheeky monkey? It's pretty good. Pretty good. I'm also happy that I could do it earlier in the day. I'm gonna try to get back to doing it more early in the day. Earlier, I guess, at least. But yeah. Okay. I think sounds fine to me as long as CR stays fully live. We will see. That's at least that's it. That's the plan right now. The format, like I said, the other format that's slightly, some of it is pre-recorded, would maybe be like okay, I can't get the internet to work consistently. At that point, we might need to break the glass. Unless there's a big reason as to why you can't, of course. I mean, the reason that I started thinking about this in the first place was, how could I do this if I never fix the internet? Like, if we're always going to have drops forever, is there a way that I can modify Critical Eyes to be slightly more resilient? That was basically the progenitor of this thought process. So if we, that would be the basic reason, is if we could never get the internet fixed. If the internet gets fixed, I would love to just do Critical Eyes as is. But with that said, let's see. Gotta make sure to up the playback speed. I have a D&D question. Ooh, let's do a D&D question before we start. How bad is it to play a wizard? I really want to play one, but the way I hear they're weak and costly. It's one of those things where that is technically true, but I think it misses the broader point of wizard, which is essentially, let me make sure I'm on the right screen. Yeah. Essentially, the shtick of wizard is that you are both a jack of all trades, but also very powerful. You are as powerful as every other spellcaster, but immensely more flexible, but more squishy. Like, if you've played, this isn't like an exact like 1-to-1 comparison, but if you've ever played like an MMO, it's the most glass cannon of the classes. People will argue like nuker, sorcerer, but that's on the whole, that's the deal with wizard. 'Cause wizard's basic shtick is that they have a D6 for their health, which is the lowest health in the game. So that's a big downside. They have no armor proficiencies. No armor. So these two things are the wizard weaknesses. The cost part of it is technically true, but also kind of misses an aspect where they don't need armor. They, no weapons. They don't need weapons. So they're never buying magic items, or if they are, it's not like magical armor, magical weapons. They're not buying mundane weapons or armor, which is like a normal gold sink for other classes. So instead, they spend their gold on spells. But you also get spells for free. So you don't get quite as many for free, if I remember correctly. I can't quite recall how many you get for free, but every level you gain. I think it's every level you gain. I think 2 wizard spells for free. You gain a certain amount of free spells, so you're never going to like not progress because you don't have gold. It's just that you can use gold to rapidly increase your flexibility, because they can, like, a wizard can know the most spells. Like, in terms of just number of spells, like, available to them, they are the best in the game, both in terms of what they can wield in the short term, as well as what they can swap in and out. Because even compared to a known caster that doesn't have the wizard conceit, or like the wizard spellbook, the wizard spell list is the biggest in the game. So they are just always going to have the most options for their spells. That's the big thing. Which... Oh, thank you, Albie. Thank you for the member. I appreciate it. That's going to be the big thing, which is essentially just more flexibility, but because of the nature of D&D, especially like interesting D&D, if you want my opinion, because of the nature of interesting D&D, the more flexibility you have, the more you're going to be able to engage with any manner of like rock, paper, scissors, or weaknesses or vulnerabilities in an adversarial situation. Whereas known casters are going to be a little bit more limited in their options. So don't get hit. But honestly, there are defensive spells if you're worried about getting hit. Like if you're worried about the weakness aspect of wizard, there is mage armor. You should already have a pretty high constitution for concentration. So you get a little bit of health there. Yeah. That's the kind of the big thing. You can also take spells like false life. You can go abjuration school, which gives you a little bit of a shield. Same thing with the school of war, I think is what it's called in Xanathar's. So the big downsides are these 2 things, and the entirety of playing wizard is balancing this. Because you're going to have the most options, so it's just what options you choose to employ at any given time. Which is why I think it has a reputation as like a hard class or a difficult class, is because to a degree, it doesn't require you knowing like the spells or the enemies, but it definitely has a higher skill ceiling where someone who knows a lot about D&D will be able to predict more easily when certain spells will be useful and when they won't. So I think that's why Wizard has like the hard to play reputation. But it's not. Ultimately, it's really not that bad. It's just very squishy. That's its main problem. And I think that it got the reputation even more because like before level 3, anytime, on the timeline before this, the game or D&D in general just the nature of health and the damage dice and like distributed health amongst the party basically means that it's super easy to accidentally send a PC down at really low levels, like anywhere before level 3. Once you get to level 3, PC health starts getting to a point where the designers have a lot more room for their monsters and like how to balance things. But before level 3, it can be really hard to not accidentally kill your players. And Wizard gets the worst end of that because they have the lowest damage die, especially if you're rolling. I would definitely recommend taking average rather than rolling, especially on Wizard. Wizard, it's probably the most impactful to take average. Barbarian is the least impactful. It's still impactful on Barbarian, but it's super impactful on Wizard to take average instead of rolling. So yeah. You're gonna want support from your teammates for early levels. Yeah, true. You also need gold and DM cooperation. Yeah. I think that because they gain some free spells, it doesn't require as much DM cooperation as like Ranger or Monk. Like those require like design cooperation. But if you feel like you don't have enough spells, you can literally just say to your DM, "Hey DM, I would like some more spells, please." And then they can give you some extra scrolls. And it's kind of just that easy. So it definitely requires DM cooperation, but that cooperation can be handled like as needed, which makes it like way less of a factor than you might think originally. No level up spells for you. You're in the desert with no access to paper rank. Yeah. Hide in the bag, try not to get hit. Yeah. I've always thought of wizard versus sorcerer kind of like classically trained technical ballet dancer versus a self-taught dancer with natural rhythm and musicality. Yeah. I think that is a good way to conceptualize them. I personally think that distinction should be even more prominent between them. Like I think like that is definitely how the flavor goes, and what mechanical difference there is does fit within that, but I would just wish there was more mechanical difference. I've been playing a Battlemaster fighter recently and forgot how much fun combat can be for marshals when you play them as more tactical. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I also think that like marshals have a lot more fun. Like the difference between a good and a bad combat is more felt by marshals because most of their strength comes from the fact that they can put themselves in riskier positions than spellcasters, both because of their increased health, increased AC, the lack of need to concentrate. So even if they do get hit, it doesn't matter as much. All of those things make marshals more able to take on riskier activities and tasks within combat. But that also means that in order to capture that feeling and that tacticalness, the combat has to be designed where there are riskier segments versus less risky segments and like places to be. So I think that marshals just have more of a they are more impacted by the actual like design quality of the combat. I'm thinking of Emily Axford right now. Okay. I'm trying to think. I don't even remember what class she played in Fantasy High. But I only watched like I only watched the first couple episodes. I might literally not even know at the point where I got to. Yeah, I don't know. I was just recently thinking about running a level 1 to 3 survival campaign. That can absolutely work. Absolutely work. It Yeah. And I think that the danger and the swinginess of low levels could even be an asset if you like used it as such. I think that could totally work. The way I see it, it's not healthy points, but hero points. Yeah, absolutely. I get that. Yeah, no problem, Cheeky Monkey. Here's a question. How would you rule a wizard learning a higher level spell than the slots they have unlocked from a scroll? Would you allow it and then make it available when that slot is unlocked? Yeah. Because the thing about wizard, well, I think you could go either way with it. I think it would make, in fiction, logical sense for them to not be able to learn it. Or what? Okay, this is actually a little bit of an issue when we talk about wizard. Wizards don't learn spells. Wizards transcribe spells into their spell book. So it depends on if you consider that transcription to be possible, regardless of if the actual casting is possible. The rules say you can't. I believe that. I think here is what... I think practically it doesn't matter. Honestly. I think it doesn't matter as long as they still can't cast it. Because by them transcribing it, they have to spend gold, which reduces their flexible gold amount. They have to spend the spell scroll to transcribe it, which means that they couldn't like cast that spell scroll in a pinch when they needed it. And it just makes everything more flexible. It concentrates even more value into a single source in their book. Now, wizard spellbooks are... I don't even think they're controversial. They're just a design element that doesn't do its purpose, where it's like part of the risk of a wizard is supposed to be, oh no, what happens if you lose your spell book? You lost all your spells. But that sucks. That sucks super hard, so no DM ever does it. So then it gets into a conversation where, okay, if the spellbook is essentially like a safe place to put your spells, then maybe there's some amount of benefit to transcribing a spell early so that the spell scroll can't get stolen. That's possible. That's like a possible like unintended benefit of that ruling. I kind of see it as cleaning up their inventory, honestly. Like if my player asked me to do it in the moment, I would probably say yes. Because then that's one less thing in their inventory. I would still not allow them to cast it because they don't have the spell slots to do so. And it kind of just makes everything like a little bit simpler. But raw, I don't think you could raw. And also Dr. Hoovy said something similar. So I believe that. So it sort of depends. I'm a big proponent of get shit out of their inventory. Get shit, as clean and organized as possible. So to me, the ruling has more benefit than cost. But I could see it going the other way, depending. I was thinking about having my wizard have the spells tattooed than in a book. I think that's cool. I think that's fun. Again, theoretically, it's in a book, so that it could get stolen or disarmed and fucking destroyed. But all of that is lame, and I don't think would go well. So, like, I think, like, Rye, like, rules as intended, I think that tattooing removes one of the greatest weaknesses of Wizard, but in practical usage of Wizard, I think it would basically be irrelevant. I've never heard of a DM actually taking away the Wizard spellbook because it's just not very fun. I wonder how long can a level 1 to 3 campaign reasonably be? Obviously, the players would want to get new features and stuff, so you can't keep them waiting for too long. Yeah, that's like a general pacing question. I think it depends. I think it largely depends. I think the real factor is that players want progression, and levels are a very, very simple way to grant progression. So I think the real answer is infinitely, as long as they are progressing. So progressing doesn't just have to be levels. It can be, if you play with fucking Acquisitions Incorporated, it could be corporation ranks. It could be magic item acquisition. It could be in fiction fucking land titles or governmental titles or guild ranks. I think that's just kind of the core, is that there has to be a felt progression, and levels are just an easy way to do that. So I think you, like, a 1 to 3 could go theoretically forever, but you would have to invent your own version of progression if you're going to keep them below 3 the whole time. That's a timeless classic. Yeah, it's a good one. The tattooing is really fun. If it was tattooed, I need a mirror so I can ritual cast from the back of my calf. Couldn't you hit the wizard with blindness so they can't refer to the tattoos or substitute for taking the spell book? Well, so that's yeah, okay. So G Hercub kind of went in the direction. The spellbook is only necessary to change spells. So and that's supposed to be, again, destroying the spellbook doesn't work. It's a bad idea. You shouldn't do it. But the idea is they would then start a new spellbook with the spells that they have memorized. So they have a certain number of spells prepared at any given time, and then they just need their spellbook to swap those in and out. So if you hit them with blindness, they can't swap their spells, regardless of if they if it's a spellbook, if it's tattooing, whatever. They wouldn't be able to swap their spells, but it wouldn't stop them from casting, unless they needed sight. Yeah. Would be very silly, yeah. But blindfolds work on everyone, not just wizards. Well, yeah, also true. Blindness also stops you from reading. Yeah. But yeah. So that's wizards. Wizards are if your team takes away your spellbook, he's a meanie who doesn't deserve extra snacks. Yeah, exactly. I think the only time I have ever even done something similar is I had a mega dungeon that needed a magic item to essentially hold the door open. So like they had to put in a magic item in order to like open the door and have it be open for when they were coming back. So they had to leave it there, essentially. It's like a little donation, like a little temporary donation box. And I did tell them that the wizard's spellbook would qualify for that. So theoretically, they could have put the wizard's spellbook in there, and then he wouldn't have had it for the course of the dungeon. But that was like totally optional. And they didn't end up doing that. They ended up giving away, putting in a different item. So yeah, I've never even actually run it that way. All your dungeons are mega dungeons? Fucking shit. You're so right. You're so right. Okay. You can stop a wizard from casting spells by pinning them to the wall and making... I mean, I guess that's also true. Hopefully in a hot, consensual way. And not the alternative. Hey, get that ass banned, laid back Luke. Get that ass banned. The Scanlan method. Yeah, exactly. Okay, we're going to have a break in a sec, but we can start the episode in the meantime. Never mind. No, we can't because the fucking tab is muted. Ah!
Evening of drinks, rabble-rousing, and stress release through conversation and laughter carries through until the morning light comes. Everyone wakes up extremely hungover.
Okay. Actually, we'll take the ad break right now. Why not? Before we start, we have 5 minutes until I was gonna take it. I was gonna take it at 1. I'm gonna try to get back into the habit of taking breaks on the hour, because it was definitely helping me like pace myself a lot during like longer streams. So I'm gonna do that. We're gonna do quick ad break, and then we will hop in to the actual episode, and it'll make it easier for chapters. All right, see you in a second. Boop. am I? What up, John? How you doing? How you doing? That's the music they played during VM character introductions. I know. Fucking Kevin MacLeod shows up fucking everywhere. It is actually kind of astounding how many times I have been just watching a random YouTube video and I hear a fucking track that's on one of my playlists because it's a Kevin MacLeod track. It's incredibly common, I'll say that. Wait, let me see. I also wanted to, before I get too much further, why is it not? Oh my god. YouTube is being incredibly annoying. I wanted to gift some members, but YouTube doesn't want that to happen. Dude, what the heck? I'm trying to pull up my own stream, and it's just giving me nothing. It's giving me absolutely nothing besides the everything else. And I can't gift from the back end menu. Oh wait, can I? No, I can't. I thought I could for a second. I was like, whoa. We love the Cloud Man. I don't even know who the Cloud Man is. Oh, MacLeod. Yeah, that. I was like, who are we talking about? I forgot the words that I just said. Okay. Well, I will try to pull it up in a potentially different browser and see if that works. But in the meantime, we will start watching Critical Role. Let's do it.
But in a way that is well-earned and still worthy of the evening that transpired before it. You all come to consciousness about midday at this time now.
Whoa.
You all slept in after
I actually spent the night in a field with Reginald.
You did.
That's your brain, man. I sat next to his body, waiting for people to come back. They never did. I piled some Achilles flowers on his chest, and then I fell asleep in the field 6 feet away from him.
Tardy.
Did
you think we were gonna...
Yeah,
Never
well,
mind.
I don't know.
Oh, shit.
I don't know
So-
what I thought, but that's what I did.
Why
As
don't
you
you
all,
check up on the earring, dude?
I wanted some space.
so as you all come around to the breakfast morning, food is being cooked up within the kitchen by some of the various villagers that have taken up to help out with what they can in the area. You start realizing that Vax is nowhere to be found, and as this conversation begins to progress, he eventually finds you guys and waltzes into the groaning room of semi-conscious Western denizens.
Where were you?
Getting a good night's sleep in a field of grass. How you doing?
We had a bender.
Need some water?
Yeah.
Can you make some?
And that endless jug?
Yeah, beer and
Yes.
mayonnaise.
Wait, just say water to the endless jug.
Yeah, it makes water.
It seems like a waste.
Give me water like the ocean.
Oh no.
The jug is now filled with water to the top.
Yeah, look, water.
Is it salt water? I dip my finger in and take a taste.
It is salt water.
Damn it.
Did I do it wrong?
Oh, you did it
Yeah,
wrong.
you did it wrong.
You should
try
that
though.
See if you like it. Is
No,
anybody else?
don't
Is there anybody
drink
else
it,
sleeping in the room?
I mean, there are a few folks that are probably still sleeping off the drinking, but I'd say the majority of the folks have woken up in various states of grogginess.
Hey, should we wake up the rest of the people with?
The people who've lost their city.
Yes.
You gonna prank them?
I'm feeling a bit salty this morning.
All right, sure.
I go outside and I dump it in there.
All right.
So, we
I
should
cast a create water spell so that we can all have some water.
We
Okay.
should probably call everyone in the town to talk.
Yeah, we should probably have a big
Sober
meeting.
it up.
Let them decide what they want to do with the rest of their fucking lives.
What did you have to drink last night?
Is there a bartender or somebody that's running the inn that everyone's staying at, or is it just kind of makeshift?
It's just kind of makeshift. Whoever once ran this place is no longer here, probably left with the first or second wave of evacuees. Everyone here is just kind of doing their part to keep it going.
Can I grab someone nearby that looks like they're up and about and actually accomplishing things?
Yeah, there's an older woman who did not drink, but just was around last evening, who's done most of the cleaning. And even though there's no reason to clean, she's still just kind of going through the motions of wiping down the counters and putting things away properly.
Dear heart,
Yes?
could you spread the word that there's going to be a town meeting?
Town meeting? What for?
So we can talk about how to keep everyone safe, dear.
All right.
Yes.
Okay,
As soon as possible, can everyone meet here?
Right
No,
here,
no, no.
yeah.
The central,
In the center of town.
where we killed.
Where
Gavdak.
the Goliaths, where the barbarians, sorry, Grog, where all the mean people were.
All right. I'll get the word out. And she puts away a couple of towels and
I found it.
kind of grabs a couple of people near her, and the three of them saunter out into the main walkway.
Also, I don't know if he remembers, but sometime in our reverie last night, I asked Care if he could. I gave him a sheath, just a sheath of a sword, and I asked him if he could make just a little. There's some metal components to it. I was asking if he could just make like a little secret compartment on it, like a little place that you could hide like a little vial or a little thing of powder or a little note or something just in the side of the sheath.
What are the odds that I would make a total hash of that? I'm imagining I don't do that much delicate work.
No, but also, how much did you drink last night?
Oh, right, yeah, I can totally understand that.
So, how drunk were you?
I probably was pretty modest. I probably drank a few with her, like to be social.
So, okay, I've obviously gotten on Matt and Taliesin, mostly getting on Taliesin and then, getting on Matt for allowing it of like, don't ask for homebrew like modifications and little like tinkering thingies mid-session and expect for them to be done that session. Now, I don't know if that's, is Scanlan's intention. We are on 1.25, I believe. Yeah. But I will say that I think that the better thing for players is either talking to the DM off table about it, if they really care about it and really actually want it to get done. If they don't actually care that much about it though, and they're more just wanting to want the thing for their character, which is it's more how this one comes off to me. I think that most of Talison's inventions, he legitimately wants to function and work and eventually utilize. But this feels a little bit more to me like Scanlan wants a thing and Sam would be kind of fine however it went down. And for that sort of situation, I think that's more doable in the moment, but as a DM, as Matt, I would build in some conceit where it can very easily fail. And potentially a conceit where you don't know how exactly how actually effective it will be at its job. And then off table, as the DM, now that you've built in that conceit during the actual session, off table, you can make the actual hard and fast decisions on how the thing actually works and how actually effective it is. It still runs up into an issue if they want to make it, have it be done, and then utilize it all in a single session. But it at least puts a little bit of space between. It kind of shifts the goalpost a little bit. So I think that could work. Any guesses on what this might be for? I didn't even think about that. I honestly didn't even really think about it actually being for anything, which is stupid. Obviously, it's for something. Obviously, it's for something. I don't even know. A little note or poison. I don't even know. And to that end, we'll see if, Matt, how much Matt asks or doesn't ask. But that would also be part of my question is, what will this be utilized for? Like, if it's meant to be like a quick release thing during combat where it's like, oh, I'll really quickly like get out a poison and like apply it to the blade and it's like easier because it's on the sheath, that would like require a certain like unlatching mechanism that's very easy to quickly undo but still is safe. That ups the technical difficulty of the entire project. So this is another one where intention would really matter as to the actual functionality. Interesting. I have a feeling with how many magical... Wait, where the fuck is chat? Oh, there it is. I have a feeling with how many magical weapons Tibbs created for VM and Percy tinkering, Matt is just used to dealing with no warning on builds. Yeah, I think he is as well. And Pathfinder had more distinct systems for building those sorts of things. Like, D&D has guidelines for creating magic items and basically no guidelines for creating non-magical but like still very effective items. That's like basically firmly within DM fiat on how those work. So I think that's why Matt is more like used to that being an in the moment thing, because he used to have like rules and mechanics that he could fall back on when improving that stuff. Whereas now there are far fewer of those like mechanics to actually fall back on, which is why I'm a proponent of pushing it out at your own games, so that as a DM you can take the time to make it what you want it to be and what the player wants it to be. Whereas in Pathfinder, yeah, the rules just kind of took care of that. I had no idea on first watch, but now I know. It seems so obvious. Yeah, hold the line. Considering this is Scanlan, I know. I honestly don't know what it could even be. I really don't. A hidden compartment is specifically a thing listed among the things you can craft with cobbler's tools in Xanathars. Yes. I love Xanathars. I love Xanathars, but that is also, Xanathars specifically is meant to be related to a downtime action. Or unless that's maybe in a separate thing with how, with just like what you can generally use tools for, which is still fair. Totally fair, totally fine. But they didn't have that at this point. But that's fair. And I do think that to that end, if you have players like Taliesin, or you have a situation like this come up, referencing those crafting rules in Xanathars could be really good. Especially if it's something that you like talk about over a break. Like, I think Sam, at the beginning of the break, could go to Matt, say, hey, Matt, I kind of want this thing. I'm, hoping to have it by the end of the session, which then gives Matt a little bit of time to, like, during the break to, like, look some stuff up. That can work. Especially when scale and scope also matter for this. But yeah, I don't know. I always come back to, like, when in doubt, try to push it out, because like I didn't remember the, cobbler's tools potentially having that effect, but that's probably something I would have found during the, like, in between time between sessions. I would have checked Xanathars, I would have checked DMG, Tasha's, whatever. And so yeah, it's hard. But I do think that if you are really used to it, you're probably used to referencing those things. So all you need is a day off. Yeah, that's fair. But it also, again, it depends on like the exact like purpose of the compartment. If it's literally just to be hidden and avoid detection, that may not be exactly what Scanlan wants, but I'm not sure. Which is why asking intention is important.
And then I probably just like kind of prowled and made sure nothing got out of hand and everyone was okay. But yeah, I probably I'll take a shot at it. How attached to this sheath are you?
Yes, extremely.
Extremely. I'll see what I can do.
Nail a sock on the side of it. It's great.
I don't make the best decisions.
Especially while drinking.
Make the best decisions.
You find your way back to your forge, which is still functional.
Right.
It was not one of the buildings that fell in the initial attack. You heat it up throughout the later into the evening. It doesn't require a lot because it's smaller work. Go ahead and make a blacksmithing check with your proficiency bonus. Plus, with this would be dexterity because it's
figuring.
It's very, very minute work.
Could I have inspired him?
You could, yes. You can very much do that.
I will give him a limerick to inspire him with.
Drunken Scanlan limerick. Here we go.
Right. Have you heard the legend of Shale? One eye, elderly, frail. To a black dragon she told, "You may be ancient, but I'm old," and somehow lived to tell the tale.
Go ahead and take your D10 inspiration dice if you want to add that to the roll.
Alrighty. So just proficiency bonus
plus your dex bonus.
Plus, my vast dex bonus. 16.
16. That's not bad. It's not the finest craftsmanship in the world, and what once was a very, very beautifully detailed sheath to a weapon.
Get that ass Ben Schweppes.
Now has a somewhat hammered, dented element to it that you probably want to hide with like a silk or something.
Okay.
It's an imperfection in what was previously a perfect element, but it is functional. It is a small compartment that actually has a tiny metal slot that can be moved, closed, or open with your thumb.
Great.
It's functional. It's not pretty, but it is functional.
We focus on function here.
I understand. Thank you for your nimble fingers. Next time I'll ask Percy to do it.
And it will explode.
I make a tonic out of the glycefoil that I had in my pouch from the garden back in Amman.
Okay.
Pass it out, little, hangover tonic.
It does help, actually.
Yeah, good.
All of us?
Yeah,
Sweet.
yeah. Just a little crushed
We'll pick me
herbs in water, like a tea.
Oh, little hair of the
Thanks,
dog, huh?
Kiki.
Yeah, totally.
We day drinking.
Also, before we go to the meeting, I haven't used it in a while, but I would like to use my scrying potion to, not potion, the scry that I left at our
The scry.
Gray Skull Keep so long ago to kind of see what's going on at Gray Skull.
Your scry pie?
Yeah.
All right. Glancing at it this moment now, and it's about midday, you concentrate on what you left behind.
Yeah. We all know what it was.
You have a brief view, a small windowed view of the kitchen before you. It seems to be currently empty.
But it's still standing.
But still standing. You do notice in the sink there are some fresh dishes.
Oh. Okay.
Squatters.
Fucking squatters.
Or maybe our staff.
Squatters.
Unpaid now,
Totally
so now
think
they're
of right
squatters.
away.
Okay. Okay.
It's an important distinction.
Can you talk through your poop?
No, I can. Who doesn't work that way, Travis? It's a one-way street.
Finer points lost on me.
You left it in the kitchen?
I left it in a jar in the kitchen and I told the
very unsanitary.
people not to open it.
Yeah, we only got a C on our general inspector rating.
Parchment that's just nailed to the outside of the keep.
D
Oh my
minus.
god.
But at least it's good calligraphy. All right, so unless you have anything else to prepare in this time, most of the town folks are beginning to converge towards the square in the central southern region of Westruun, where you had the showdown battle with Kevdak outside of the Margrave's home, the now deceased Margrave. Everyone seems to have gathered together, and there is an air of tension as you approach, as folks are muttering to themselves, and it gets quiet as you all step into the central area. There is still, it's been pulled over. It was partially damaged before, but there is a large elevated platform that was used for speeches or celebration elements that has been, for the time being, fixed to allow you guys to stand up if you wish to address the rest of the folks.
Who wants to talk Scanlan? You're so charismatic.
What are we going
Still
to say?
reading my book, but yes. Well, we're just going to ask them a question.
I think we just need to ask them where they want to go.
And if they ask what we think,
We don't think anything. We'll support their decision, right?
I think something.
What do you think?
Sewers.
I guess I could
I
talk
think
to them.
Sewers.
I would like to build. The death of a city is such a blasphemy. It is
Not
the
good blood.
murder of the dead. And I am horrified.
Percy, a city is nothing without living people in it. A city is made up of the people that live inside of it.
It is.
We have to protect them first,
I think Percival is suggesting letting them live here, building something for them underground,
which we can facilitate.
rather than running.
We have a lot of other
Let's-
things
we have
to
to
do.
talk
Well,
to
let's
them.
talk to them.
How about Pike talks to them?
Me?
Yeah, you were born here.
This is true, Pike. They know you.
It's your hood.
Well, I'm not very charismatic.
I'll be with you.
No, but you're genuine.
Do you want to help me?
Exactly. You are genuine.
So we're telling them, asking them if they want to stay, and if they do stay, that we can build them. We can help
Shelter.
them.
Help them take shelter in the sewers if there's danger.
Yeah, Dragon's dead. We don't know if another one will come.
Can we ask before we go up on the stage if you're willing to help? Should they want that? Is that something you could help us with?
I would be delighted to help facilitate things between you and the community. I know a lot of people that have left will return. I don't doubt that for a second. But right now everyone is scattered
Yes.
and scared, and a lot of families have been separated. A lot of people who would love to return here and rebuild the city, they don't know where their loved ones are. And I know that is preying on their minds more than their own safety in some cases. You know, I know most people are looking to leave and come back eventually. And depending on their...
This is very... It's very interesting. City isn't the land it's built on, but it's the people. Yeah. It's very... it's the pilot, not the plane. I have several overlapping thoughts of like Percy. He's there's this very weird, or not weird aspect to Percy, but a very particular characterization to Percy where he constantly has thoughts, but he is also constantly reluctant to share them. Which I think could be taken in several ways. I think it could be like a fear of leadership. It could be a fear of followers, of charisma, of having people listen to him and then his ideas be wrong. Like, he is really internalized as an inventor that things go wrong more often than they go right. Even and especially his own ideas. So I think that's one interpretation of his hesitance, but it's very interesting. And I've gone in and out of like picking it up, but the other thing is I will be very interested to see how Matt facilitates this. But regardless of how he facilitates it, so many of Tal's PCs have that trait. I mean, it might be the classic Brendan Lee Mulligan talking about the duplex and getting sniped from the other room. Might be one of those things. But this is sort of like this decision of what to do with the survivors and what to tell the survivors is an interesting roleplay opportunity. But I'm kind of unsure as to how Matt's going to facilitate it. And I think that beyond like him directly facilitating it, I think it's a good opportunity for a guest player, like a guest PC. Like embedding Patrick Rothfuss's character within these survivors takes a little bit of that facilitation. Sorry, excuse me. Takes a little bit of that facilitation out of your hands as the DM, which is kind of nice because like this is a hard thing to like. I think a lot of times it's hard as a DM to facilitate something without accidentally injecting like bias into it. Like especially moral quandaries where like the grayer they are and the more up to opinion it is, the harder it becomes to facilitate because you don't want to push them in a certain direction as a DM. But that can kind of naturally happen just in terms of what you present them, how you narrate the crowd responding to their roles, how you interpret their roles. And so it is kind of nice in this circumstance to have Patrick Rothfuss as an intended component of the group, so that the players have something a little bit more solid to bounce in and off of, and that thing isn't directly tied to the DM. Like, Matt knows, or at least he probably has a vague idea of what he will do if the survivors stay in Westruun, and what he will do if the survivors leave Westruun. But Patrick probably doesn't. And so the really tough part as a DM is to not inject your knowledge of what you're going to do into the survivors' speeches. Like, you don't want Vox Machina to suggest a course of action, you know? Like something along the lines of like, oh, we're like, you all should stay here in Westruun. And then you as the DM narrate one of them being like, well, what if the dragons come and get us? I don't know why they sound like that. But that sort of response is natural, but it can also very easily be biased and colored by your own knowledge as the DM of what will happen. Like the things that you even think of as objections can reveal certain biases. So having Patrick here that doesn't have that future knowledge and can just bounce off like, yeah, like I know the general situation leading up to this. This is my feel. I don't know what's going to happen. It's a much more natural way to run and engage with that moral quandary, which is cool. I like that a lot. That's the Westernite accent. Yeah. I don't know, man. Yeah. So I'm both interested in how Matt's going to run this, but also just think that having Patrick there to facilitate part of this moral quandary is a good idea and a good use of a guest player. I mean, with Percy, he's already expressed a fear, at least reluctance, to lead with Whitestone. Yeah, Mr. Steak, I agree. So I think that's the way that I'm interpreting it right now. But I could also see alternate interpretations. Gnawing on that comment about Percy's thoughts. Yeah, it's a gnar. It's something that definitely requires a bit of gnawing, and I'm not entirely certain on it myself. That's kind of how I'm currently reading it. Your mic vol is slightly lower than your CR vid vol. Uh-oh. Turn that up slightly. And honestly, turn that down slightly. Mm-hmm. And then I can maybe save my voice a little bit. Okay. Yeah. So it's an interesting couple of factors here.
Resources, like what you've generously offered from the caves, that will keep them from being refugees. You know, they can continue to be a community in this other town and then return well organized and with resources to build it. I don't feel they're ready to do it here and now, though. I don't feel they're excited about that. I know that so many of them have people from their lives they're just missing.
And by the way, it's going to be a hot second before the carts come back from the cave, right?
Yeah.
One second. I just realized that the reason I'm having all this like chroma key issues is because I don't have one of the lights on. One moment. But for all the troubles, we're still riding high. And the truth of the matter is, I'll never let you go. Okay.
Probably
a few days, right?
another day or two before they arrive. Yeah.
And can we even say that these people are in the...
So are you thinking they won't want to stay then?
I know from speaking to a lot of people over the last couple of days and even speaking to them last night, they're relieved that the dragon is gone, but they're worried about more in the future. But primarily, they're looking to be safe now and reunite with their friends and family, and most of those people are in Kymel.
Well,
Okay.
I think we give them a choice, but I think, Pike, I think it's a good idea. I think you present the idea of staying and getting word to the people in Kymel that some of their loved ones are still here, still living, the dragon is dead, and summon them back to rebuild.
How far away is Kymel?
2 days travel.
Oh,
Wow, fucking short haul.
How do you know?
So what's the point
that
in
in your book?
rebuilding now? Then?
My girl is there.
Your daughter's in Kymel.
Yes. I'll be going there anyway.
Haley, Melee.
And Kymel hasn't been hit yet.
Not yet.
Is Kymel bigger or smaller than Westruun?
It's smaller than West.
Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's not where I thought they were going. Wait. Kymel's not in the Feywild? No! Oh, shit. And they're not gonna split the party. Oh, fuck. My predictions might be all wrong. That's an interest. Okay. Oh, fuck. I need to start coming up with alternative theories. Oh, no. I like that Scanlan moment there. It's good. Yeah. I also think it's a nice, subtle, or actually not so subtle. Actually fairly fucking blunt. From Sam to Matt in I recognize the plot, like the character plot that you have set in front of me, and I want to pursue it more. You know, like we had the whole discussion about how like Craven Edge, you know, is like this self-implementing plot where you don't have to balance it as delicately, or you don't really have to communicate as hard. But like that's an example of, I think, more traditional communication, soft communication between the player and the DM of my daughter's in Kymel, I'm going to Kymel. I think yeah. It's a good, it's like a very clear flag from Scanlan of I want to pursue that more. Shit. Man, I mean, obviously, it could just be a short interlude before they do go to the Feywild, but I don't know. A lot of times they get on, they kind of get introduced to things more and more. Like the general flow of Matt's campaign so far has been like, you know, they choose a path, rising action, climax, falling action, then they choose another path. So then, and we're approaching a decision point. So I think if they choose to go to Kymel, we're gonna get substantial plot development from there. There are sometimes interludes, like there was a few sessions of Iman interlude. But oh no. We'll have to see. I'll find out. Yep.
Well,
They're better off in Westruun.
I'm afraid with each refugee we add to another city, we're only making it a larger target.
Which is why there is no safe harbor right now.
And there's no point in rebuilding.
There is.
Rebuilding. Why?
Because this is civilization. This is...
There's no point in rebuilding right now when there's still 3 other dragons who will only come and go stomp, 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 dead.
They might.
They might.
They will.
No, they might. We don't know they will.
If you were a dragon, what would you do?
I would hit the city where all the refugees are going. Because it would hurt more. I would not hit the city that's going to take 200 years to be a shadow of its former self.
Yes, but you're
With
also
nothing to
not
plunder.
a vain dragon who just had one of its allies taken out in this very...
I mean, is he not? If anyone in this party is a vain dragon, I think we know who it is. But it is... There's a very... I don't think there's anything that Matt can do right now, but I do think that we're in a scenario where, because all that the Chroma Conclave has done is take over the world and then basically chill, we're now in a we're in a position where they don't really have an understanding of what the Chroma Conclave will or won't do. You know, they're hypothesizing, they're thinking about it, but there is this kind of fundamental disconnect on how much they even can know, because the Chroma Conclave is specifically and fundamentally behaving in a way that is abnormal for dragons. Like, the fact that they are working together is already a layer of difference between them and the standard dragon and their mindsets. So even knowledge of generic dragon behavior can only be useful up to a point in this. And I'm really debating. I'm going to have to think about it more. It might be related to my takeaway for next episode, but I'm really debating on their kind of decision point that they have to make right now. Like, this decision of, stay in the city, don't stay in the city, it's not entirely predicated on this, but it is in large part predicated on what they think the Chroma Conclave will do. But they have very little information about the Chroma Conclave's motives and general behavior, other than generic dragon behavior, but we know that they are divergent from generic dragon behavior. We just don't know how much. So this decision will give them some of that information, which is, and that's why I'm really going back and forth on this, because whatever they decide here, how the Chroma Conclave reacts, and whether and how what the downstream effects of their decision, what those are, that will tell them a lot. They will gain a ton of information on that. But I don't. It's hard because I like this morally ambiguous decision point, but the consequences of it are so hard to know, but are also the consequences are also so impactful. What's up, Maninius? How you doing? All of these civilians, theoretically, in the players' minds, if they make the wrong choice, they might put all of these civilians in danger. and potentially, get them killed. But they have no information with which to make an educated decision on that, because they don't know enough about the Chroma Conclave to make said decision. But this decision will probably give them the info they need for future decisions. So I'm caught in this little in this rock and a hard place of, could Matt have communicated the information that they would need or would help them make a decision? And would that have even been a good thing if he had? Like, is this moral decision better if they have more information about the Chroma Conclaves, like tactics and what have you? Or is it better if it's more ambiguous and they just have to trust their gut? I don't know. Because the scale is just at that point where it's not inconsequential enough to where I'm like, yeah, whatever, like, it can be ambiguous, but it's not quite so consequential that I'm like, they have to have the information. It's in a weird in-between spot. I don't know. Everything you're saying is right, and I think that's the point Matt has given them an unsolvable problem that puts the players in a moral quandary that really suits the characters of Keyleth and Percy. Yeah. But the consequence of the unsolvable problem is so big. But is that a bad thing? And is it really that big? It's kind of hard to say. I don't know. I'm gonna stop talking about this for now, just because I'm gonna mull on it a little bit more. The best method is coming up soon. Okay. We'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna keep mulling on this, but something about it feels maybe not quite right to me, but I can't really put my finger on it, and I might just be wrong. Players and dragons are quite alike. They're both powerful beings that hoard gold and can destabilize the status quo when working together. True. Yeah.
City. These dragons are going to have a huge vendetta against Westruun now.
So
I
maybe
may not
they
have lost
will.
an ally, but I am a vain dragon.
Maybe they will, maybe they won't. How about for those that want to stay, we help build some fortifications. For those that want to leave, we'll protect them on their way there.
We're at
that's a good
wartime.
idea.
The people can live underground for now.
Building will give them something to do, and if the dragon comes back, they will be safe underground, and if the dragon doesn't, we have saved thousands of years of inspiration and life. You can't just abandon something like this. There's too much here.
Otherwise, what else are we fighting?
Otherwise, it becomes...
It is also, this is a characterization moment that I'm much more like confident about, and that is very interesting. Of Percy continues to focus on the city and on the buildings, not the people, which is very interesting. And it fits with the larger context of Percy as kind of this loner who feels more at home with his machines and creations. And he even said like ingenuity. Like from what I recall, I don't remember anything particularly standoutish about like Westruun architecture, but Percy sees something beautiful in just the miracle of civilization. It's very cool. It's very specific characterization that I'm not even like, kind of hesitant or washy about like the other one. I think it's pretty distinct of like, he is occasionally talking about the people, but he is also very distinctly talking about the city itself and like the historical fabric that exists within the city, which I do think like really, really fits with Percy's character. Yeah.
Comes our friend Pike from nowhere.
Well,
That would be bad.
that would be bad. That would be terrible.
Scanlan, get there.
Blasphemous.
Get their attention?
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, do you want to step up
Okay,
there?
I'll go.
I blow my horn to call the meeting to attention.
Everyone, all living is really quiet. The two of you step up onto the platform. It gets quiet. Everyone's quiet. You hear one voice back go, "That's my bike!" And you immediately look over and see to the far end. There's Wilhan kind of like leaping up, trying to get a view between the crowd. But everyone's quiet. They're looking out to the two of you now atop this platform, which puts you like just over head height for the rest of the folks, by the way.
Hello, everybody from the town.
I'm doing sign language interpretation.
I know I'm not one usually to speak up, but because I know so many of you and some of you are family. I'm sure you guys have heard, and because of the party and festivities from last night, the dragon has been killed.
There's a cheer. Clapping.
And we know that some of you have stayed because, if anything else, this is your home.
Some murmuring.
And some of your family has left for Kaimel. But we wanted to give you all an option. And for those of you that do want to stay, we would like to provide you with an underground protection of sorts.
Whispers through the crowd.
As we speak, upwards of 40,000 gold are being delivered by your finest men. This, with our help, can help to construct a sturdy underground layer that will shelter you if a dragon were to come back. It will take days, possibly weeks to construct this, but if you wanted to stay, this would be your best bet. However, we're not forcing you to do anything. If you'd like to go with the fellow refugees to Kaimel, or find your fellow citizens scattered about, roving in the lowlands, that would be fine too. Just, we need to come to an agreement today so that we can help you do what you want.
One gentleman takes to the stage next to you.
There is. Okay, I don't think that Matt will do this, and I don't even really think his players would be that into it. The Dark Sun setting, you can take sign language as a proficiency. I wonder how it works in vanilla. In vanilla, the closest proficiency to sign language is Thieves' Cant. Thieves' Cant has a specifically and like explicitly non-verbal form and format. So closest is Thieves' Cant. But I'm sure you could also just like have sign language. In Blades in the Dark, everyone is naturally proficient in sign language. In whatever language they speak, which is interesting. But I also think very much works for like a criminal sort of vibe. Just want to say I'm offended to the max at your Westruun accent. Good, Sputnik. Good. But no, what I was pausing to say, I don't think Matt will do this. I don't think he needs to do this. I don't think his players would be into it. But there is a very distinct opportunity here. If you want to do downtime and you want to work in downtime of this mega project in Westruun, you could have it take a certain number of weeks standard. And then you could have the players interacting with that in some way. Some of them scout for the dragons. Some of them help with construction. Some of them research. Some of them do this and that. Like, you could have the players all take, like, individual jobs and tasks within that mega project design. Which could be cool. And you could have like little mini interactions where like maybe the dragons do come by, like Vorugal comes sweeping over the city. And if you have a scout out, they can send back word through the earring and everyone can get underground and make the whole place look uninhabited. Right. There's an interesting montage opportunity there. Definitely not necessary. Like I said, I don't think Matt will run it that way. But if you were interested in downtime, your players were interested in it, and you were looking for an opportunity maybe, I think that this is a really good opportunity. where players could pursue their own ends, or if they have no ends they want to pursue, they can just help with the mega project. Which is, I think that's like one of the sometimes downfalls of Downtime, is that some players have things they really, really want to do, and others less so. So the others just end up doing random stuff, while the ones that really wanted to do Downtime actually do it. And with this, you're giving those less interested players something impactful to do, which I think would be cool. So yeah.
You guys, in his younger 20s, kind of soot smeared on his cheeks. Looks like he's, a little weathered by the experience, even though he looks young and thin. There is a general hardness to his face from recent experiences, and he kind of raises up, looking at both of you below him. I, for one, miss my family and have no home to go back to. And the homes that are empty in this town right now are empty because those who live there are now dead. There are ghosts here I wish not to see every morning I wake up. If I'm going to live here, I want to return with those that are important to me and build a new home over the old. Now's not my time to stay, especially if more of those things are coming back. If anyone
I will say, if I'm Matt here, and I don't know if he's doing this or not, but I would try to base a lot of my thought processes and responses to either be based on what Patrick Rothfuss said. I don't remember his character. Carrick. Correct? Maybe Care? I would base a lot of my thought process for these citizens around what Care said. It could be branching, it could be contrasting, but I am trying to center my thoughts around what Patrick Rothfuss said as Care. Again, to try and mitigate the bias that I have given my future knowledge where possible. It's going to be impossible to totally eliminate, but that's the kind of mindset I'm trying to put myself in.
wishes to come with me to Kymel, please stand with me. And he steps off the stage and makes his way to the right side of the stage. Everyone in the crowd kind of looks to each other, and a few folks begin filtering off and kind of gathering around him. I'd say about a third to half of the crowd begins to shift over. Another person steps up right next to you guys, actually. Okay. This is a woman in her late 40s or so. She's wearing relatively nice clothing that's been kind of just torn apart through constant use and not really having an option to change into. She looks like she came from money, but has definitely been pulled down to the same level as the rest of the folks here. They're living in destitution out of necessity. Her hair is tried to be pulled up into a bun, but a lot of it's just kind of fallen around her face, and she's keeping this poor facade of her previous life, and she stands up. I myself, my family's history is here in this town, and I would be remiss if I didn't express my hesitation in leaving that behind for the next roving horde of barbarians to rush in and take from us while we're away. Especially if this gold is to be retrieved, how do we know how much of that is to be distributed? How much was my family's versus yours? If we're to divide ourselves here at this point, we're leaving ourselves open to inner conflict, lest we have a very clear idea of where these funds are going. And I for one, want to make sure I have a home when my family returns.
There's a very interesting tactic that Matt is using here that is, I think it's traditionally considered a debate tactic, but really it's a storytelling tactic where Matt went to great lengths to describe the speaker and even put insight assessments of what the speaker looked like. Not just tattered robe, once fine, blah, 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 blah. It expresses insightful things that these characters might have thought of. Oh, she looks like she came from money. That's not something that someone actually looks like. That's an insightful deduction from multiple factors of someone's appearance. So he's thoroughly characterizing this speaker in a way that he didn't characterize the other one as much. Like he did to a degree, but I don't think as much as this one. And that characterization really ties the argument to how much of a natural affinity the characters might have for that NPC. Like, I think that doing all of that description, tying this argument and this, stance and this position to a character of a type is going to elicit certain biases from the characters individually. I think Percy was already more open to this argument, and she is describing someone who has a relatively similar history to Percy. And so I won't even say good, bad, other, but it is a tactic. And it is something that you can use to elicit certain effects in your games. Matt is adding an additional decision point where maybe people that were more on the fence, like certain characters or even certain players that were more on the fence about which side to be on, Matt has given them an additional decision point in who are the types of people that are on these given sides. Like, not only is this a, theoretical debate, but this is a debate that is attracting certain types of people with certain ideologies and certain backgrounds to one side or the other. So now you're not just making a decision broadly, you are now aligning with a faction. Now that you have chosen this route, you are choosing the same route as this type of person. And that could be a positive or a negative depending on the player. So yeah, very interesting. Definitely interesting. Sure, you can go with the sirloin, or for $5 more, you get this delicious, juicy ribeye cooked to perfection. What are we talking about here? Oh, you're just talking about the additional description. That is true. Additional description makes a difference, but I think this is specifically tying an argument to a faction. And so now opinions about the faction will now transfer to the argument. The reason I call this a debate tactic is this is what people will often do when trying to argue against a point. Like when trying to argue against an economic policy or a foreign policy. People will, if they are arguing against it, they will tie that policy to a less attractive type of person. Like, if they're making the argument with someone else, they will tie the argument that they don't like to the type of person that their interlocutor doesn't like, to try and get the interlocutor on their side. Because it's well, you shouldn't like the argument because you don't like the person that likes the argument. This is super, super common. Sometimes it's described as a fallacy, but I think really at the end of the day, it's just a tactic. Because you're not actually supporting or denying the argument itself. You're just saying, look at the people that like this argument. You have feelings about them, and now transfer those feelings onto the argument.
I'm not leaving. I'm not going to come back here months down the line and find 4 layabouts living in that home, made a complete mess of our things and telling us it's now theirs. Those wish to stay, stand with me. And she walks off stage.
I'm going to get up on stage.
This is
Oh, you are?
Oh.
Yeah, so it's even Vax that might have been more on Percy's side. I would assume Vax fucking hates that chick. I don't think that Vax, from what I know of him, is like super into that sort of attitude. So that might have swayed his opinion, because now it's like, okay, well, I kind of supported the plan, but I don't really like her, and I don't want to like be seen as being on her side. So that might have swayed him.
You don't live here.
Doesn't matter.
The terrible woman may have a point.
See?
Thank you.
This is maybe him and Keyleth were going back and forth. Like he was so confident in this argument that he was having this back and forth with Keyleth. And then he sees an example of someone who disagrees with him, and he's like, well, man, like I still believe it, but now I'm like a little bit shaky. Keyleth couldn't logic him into that shakiness. It was just the characterization. Yeah, not even Percy likes her. Yeah. So it's a very... That is like a very particular tactic that Matt is using that's super interesting. And you can really play with as a DM if you think that one side or the other is maybe too much of a slam dunk, or it seems like there's too much consensus for one side or the other. You can use this tactic to throw a little bit of a wrench in that.
Many of you are going to leave, and that's fair. And that's right. You are free to do so. I wish any of us could promise you safety once you leave this city. But there is no safety anywhere. The dragons fly freely. They may come back and reap their vengeance upon Westruun once again. They may not. They may find new, fresh targets. We don't know. We will build an underground haven in case of attack free of charge. We will make a place that's open to all. Since there seems to be some dispute about the finances, we will create a trust that will be used to help those who stay and help rebuild. It will be managed and it will be fair. And it will not go to titles. If you're properly titled, you'll have money elsewhere and you'll figure it out.
You hear it?
New money.
Old magic.
Old magic. New money. From Ivory Towers. I would urge you to stay. I would urge you to leave, collect your people, and return.
Absolutely, John. Absolutely. And he wouldn't have. And so this is again, I don't know how much to attribute to Matt doing this on purpose. I think he has really good dramatic instincts, and this might have been instinctive, which is not differently impressive. It's just differently impressive, not more or less. But it's like, he might have seen the winds going a little bit too much in one direction, and could have reasonably been worried that this big kind of complex RP opportunity that he wanted them to have would be too straightforward. Like, they'll give one speech, they'll all generally agree, and then they'll just let the citizens do whatever. But Matt wanted this to be a more substantial RP opportunity, so he connects the prominent opinion within Vox Machina to this, as he put it, terrible woman. And so now that forces Percy to do a PR redo, and now you have an extra person doing extra RP and putting their ideology out there and characterizing themselves, and it's all you get more things out of your players, which is a lot of what you want. So yeah, I don't know how purposeful it was, or if he's just got those instincts on him. But either way, I think it's a really solid play.
I would urge for one city not to be wiped from the map. And anything we can do to make this at least livable while it is rebuilt, we will do our best to help. It is such a victory for them if Westruun falls. And I sit back down.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Yeah, dude.
22.
There is a silence in the crowd. The people have stopped shuffling from side to side.
Oh shit! Wait, before this happens, we need to take a break. We have actually passed the hour mark, and I also need to pee. So I've kind of been waiting for the hour mark. So we're gonna take a break really quick. I'm gonna go pee, and then we'll be right back. I'm an actual. The new money disc is very funny. And yeah, like Matt set this up to draw out more RP from his wonderful, delightful players that might not have happened otherwise. So yeah. It was very, very good. All right. I will be right back. Goodbye. Oh wait, I wasn't prepared. I'm never prepared. What up? Hello. What's up? How we doing? What up, Sputnik? How you doing? To me, Matt is yes, and if Grog Travis's idea is asking the townsfolk their opinion, he's RPing it off that. Yeah, I think more of what I'm honing in on is the use of tying the argument to a person that they will have opinions about independent of the argument. That is like the part that I'm honing in on, and I think that it was used here well to extend the RP. Like, I think that the RP could have stopped earlier than he wanted. And that by doing that additional characterization, he was able to extend the RP. So yeah. And sometimes I feel like Travis Grog at this time was not as comfortable really making the ideas follow through when outside their normal scope. I could see that. To a degree, yeah. Always whiplash at how slow you now sound. We doing good? I'm doing great. I think, yeah, I don't know what kind of progress we're making on the episode. What is it? 2 hours, about 30 minutes watch? Not bad. I would say, yeah.
Some of the folks on the side of the gentleman begin to shift back, and people tend to stand up, and even the gentleman who was standing on the opposite side kind of ponders for a moment. Well, regardless of what happens, we have to get word out, and we have to let our loved ones know what has happened and that it's safe to come back. Yes. If you indeed can help us set this about, I'm confident we can keep out of sight. At least, hopefully.
I stand up on the podium. Sorry. While the terrible man and the terrible woman both absolutely have a point.
He's not that bad.
I'm not that bad.
I look at the man who stood off to the side. I agree with you that finding your loved ones is most important. I believe we can actually maybe do a little bit of both here and solve both problems. Me, alongside of the help of my other magic users, can help quickly build an underground bunker. And I would be willing to help escort any party to Kaimal in order to help find your people. For as I do agree to an extent with Percy, that we should not let Westruun fall to this.
Nah. We're a solid % in, Ross. I guess that's what happens when you're late.
The city is only as great as its people.
Woo! Good leadership!
That was definitely that.
You folks kind of agree and nod their heads. The gentleman you've been talking to kind of looks at you, and he's very intently engaged and nodding in agreement.
To Westruun! Huzzah! Huzzah!
Awkward woman makes a fine point.
Eventually raises their arms.
Sarcastic man agrees.
The clapping comes together.
This is so terrible.
Pike, do you remember that spell you cast on Grayskull when it got hit by the dragon? That thing
That
you
was
did
divine
to help,
intervention, I
Divine
think.
was that divine to like?
No.
No,
She summoned a planar ally. For that one, that was the angelic
to
creature.
help rebuild.
Oh, yes.
that was expensive though, wasn't it?
No.
Well,
Spell was
Pike and I
expensive.
can...
Yeah, no, it was
Doesn't that
expensive.
cost?
Was it like 1,000 gold?
That's
Or
eyebrows
like
went up.
It was, let me pull it up here, that was planar ally.
To rebuild. I mean,
underground?
you want to rebuild underground. Are you
The
saying
underground
rebuild
should be
town?
very
This is how
simple.
long you want it to stay. So a task measured in hours requires 1,000 gold per hour.
No.
Task measured in days requires
I know we're
10,000
gonna
gold
stop
per
reading
day.
your next
No.
Let's wait on
try-
that.
I
I
could
could just
Mind
try
you,
divine
these entities
intervention.
can do some crazy stuff.
Yeah, and,
Behind you.
and we have 40,000 more gold coming. That's
Well,
4
yeah, but I
days
don't
of
wanna
entity.
use up the whole. We can do that after things.
What else are we going to spend the money on?
Try divine intervention again.
Oh, we don't want to rebuild a city that's going to be stomped by dragons in another 3 months.
I don't
Yeah,
want
no, just the
gain their
bunker, right?
attention. Just the
Yeah,
bunker.
not the city.
Keyleth
No.
can make the bunker.
Keyleth can make the bunker.
Yes.
It's fine.
For hundreds and hundreds of people?
Yeah.
Yes.
If I honestly,
I'm just imagining in my brain them all still standing up on this like raised platform in front of everyone. Like they've all given these impassioned speeches and then they're just like huddled in like a little ring, like furiously arguing with each other. And the entire crowd is still just watching them, just being like, where are they? Where are they? Jeb, can you hear them? Jeb, do you know what they're talking about? Yeah, it is. Yeah, they're all hot mic'd. yeah. I'm trying to think about what I would do here. This is a really like subtle argument and like ambiguity. So I think it would I'm going through each of my characters, and I think that each of my characters would handle this relatively different, which is the sign of a good moral quandary.
if we take a couple days, I can make a pretty extensive.
We're going to use a previously existing sewer system, and we're just going to reinforce it with pillars and then block off any of the sewage and reroute it, since it doesn't have to handle the load that it used to.
We're gonna build a vault.
We're going to build a vault.
While they're chatting, I'll step forward and I'll say, we've all have a lot to think about. Talk with your friends and neighbors and come to know your own minds. This is a decision that has to be made soon, but not on the spur of the moment. Thank you for coming.
One man in the front, an old friend of yours, name is Joseph, puts his hand up.
Carrick, of which mind are you? Are you staying or are you going? Are you going to escort, go along as an escort with this woman, or are you staying to protect us? Where you walk, I walk.
I am going to do what will be best for the town as a whole. I am not sure. To a certain extent, I will be led by what is needed by the town.
What we need is a decision.
If I may. I'm so sorry. I know everyone's talking here, but a city is not just a collection of houses and streets. It is a person of itself, and we can't go and dividing it right now. Everyone should stay here. Everyone should be a unit, a cohesive unit. And me, Keyleth, and one of your own, Pike, will definitely travel to Kymel to spread the word. If you give us a list of your ancestors, family members, friends, we can get word to all of them very quickly.
Make persuasion check.
28.
Okay. Everyone in the crowd seems to nod, and the gentleman kind of nods his head to you. All right.
And
You're a monster.
since you haven't been as present in the community for a while, if I'm sure that things are adequately defended here, I might go myself to ensure the proper apportionment of funds and to talk to those of our townsfolk who have already left and perhaps organize them a little more effectively so that they can return.
There's a few nods of agreement that spread through the crowd, and actually, the folks on the left side with the woman that seem to be building tension and arguing amongst themselves over the ideas of that seem to quiet a bit at you taking up that position. There's kind of, you guys notice this too, there's kind of a
Man, this is exactly. I think this sort of role is exactly what Matt had in mind for Garthok. and the clasp. Like, it is really nice when you are having these sorts of debates with this faction that has much smaller in factions Garthok, that NPC, the guest PC Garthok. I think that this sort of moment is what Matt wanted to happen. Of, the players don't really deal with the faction all that well, but they've convinced this one guest NPC, and they make the argument kind of for them, essentially. It rewards an amount of RP between the party and the guest player. The guest player gets to feel cool and special because it feels like, you know, they had a real impact on getting the party's like will done, which is cool. Yeah. Carrick is a well-placed, well-utilized guest PC. I like it a lot. No one knew what to do with Garthok included. Dude, when they fucking delay going to the place that he's useful, yeah. Poor Garthok. Poor Garthok. It's like they just needed to go to the clasp. It would literally be like them getting care and then being like, let's go like search out the rest of the interior of Gat Shadow. For like no discernible reason. I mean, I guess the discernible reason would be to like learn more about Umbrasyl's plans, but like, yeah, total misuse of the guest PC's time. A perfect Scanlan moment that makes a snap decision based on his own selfish needs and exclaims it with confidence. You always have to explain it with confidence. Exclaim it with confidence. It is interesting. If Care wouldn't have jumped in, like, if I'm Matt, I'm latching on to their ostensible infighting and indecision. Like, different people in the party saying different things, like that's totally fine if they want to go out there not unified, but I'm gonna play on that for dramatic tension and to like increase the social challenge. Is like, you guys are pulling us in a lot of different ways, but Scanlan did unify the plans a bit, which would have made me internally in the DM brain back off that course of action. Because, like, okay, Scanlan kind of unified them a little bit, but it's you know, it's an all-encompassing plan that solves every issue to a little too good to be true. Hey, Care, what do you think? Again, because originally they were talking to Care and then Scanlan interrupted. But I like then bringing it back to Care and kind of bouncing off of that. Yeah. This is interesting. It's a very interesting
General
sequence.
Respect for Carrick that, you know, other folks don't seem to really carry in this community. Everyone kind of nods in agreement.
Well, I have no objections.
Neither do I. The woman on the other side. Well, have no other choice, do we? Everyone kind of nods and they look up to the rest of you, look to you.
Then, let's begin building.
Okay. So,
Bunker it is.
We start sketching.
As all that starts to wind down, I ask my sister to point me towards Reginald's daughter.
Oh, do you see her?
The one with the nice hair?
Yeah, that one.
Yes.
And the giant bag of gold.
I seek her out in the crowd.
she's still kind of looking up to the, she's kind of by herself.
If Sam didn't hold Scanlan back, he could control so much with his insanely high charisma. In the wrong hands, a controlling player could get his way all the time with that. How would a DM counteract that? Don't have them roll. is one way. Like if a more generalized argument. If a player is, in your opinion as a DM, abusing a mechanic, talk to them about it. If they don't see, if you can't come to an agreement, de-emphasize the mechanic. Are two very, very broad advice structures. Alternatively, basing the DC on the strength of the argument, I think that's pretty common. But especially if they're using it a lot, if they're using their charisma and their persuasion and they're making well-reasoned arguments and like that, like their position is legitimately persuading, that might just be like their gameplay. Like they might just want to play the face and like do that and like really invest into that side of things. And that really only becomes a problem if they're really consistently doing things, or if they're really consistently convincing NPCs of things that the other players don't want. Because at the end of the day, Sam can't convince the rest of the party. He can't use his persuasion to convince the rest of the party. So yeah. So there's like a couple layers to it of it might just not be a problem, in which case it's just like fun and cool. The thing that would determine if it was a problem is mostly if they are constantly going against the party, which that's more the problem than them just like engaging in a lot of speeches and convincing arguments, So yeah, I would have to think about like a very, I would almost have to see an example of it being misused and give specific advice on that. Because I think that, like you said, Scanlan holds himself back a lot, but also to a degree, it's like I think that Sam just plays Scanlan, and Scanlan doesn't always have a strong opinion that he wants to convince people of. And so that's another aspect of this, of if they're just saying, I want to persuade the person to like do what I want. Like, I guess it depends on how much they're engaging with it as like a game thing. But yeah, I don't know. I think often that will not actually be a problem. And I would have to see an example of it being a problem to probably give more like remedied advice. I haven't based the result on best case scenario for this scenario, and they're trying to persuade someone into doing something they don't want. There's hard limits on what they can convince them on. Yeah, and I mean, the idea of Scanlan with his very high persuasion just convincing people to do the version, like, of all the possible outcomes, the outcome that Sam most wants, I think that's a cool fantasy for like a high charisma face sort of character and player. Is like, yeah, you can't convince people to do impossible things, but like, yeah, whenever you're in the room, whenever you're in the discussion, you kind of bend them as much as you can towards the thing that you want. That's a fun fantasy. And so I think that there would need to be something else going wrong. And then the solution would be, I think, to address that other thing. Yeah, classic remedy of talking with the player. Yeah, classic. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Your biggest, what their persuasion modifier is and base a non-roll response. Yeah, basically passive persuasion. I think passive persuasion is useful in certain circumstances, yeah. Your biggest in-game weapon is that if something is impossible, there is no roll. You can't just persuade the king. Yeah, classic. I mean, and we know that I am a lower roll DM. So yeah, I can't really if I ever ask the bard to roll persuasion, I'm giving them an opportunity to succeed. and so I'm never going to be upset if they do,
Yourself in the crowd, just kind of clapping.
But it is an interesting thought of like, can a character get too good at something to the point where it's trivial? I think that is either related or is maybe even the core of the question, is like taking something, becoming so good at it to where a thing that used to be a challenge is now trivial. I truly think that that's why people don't like Eloquence Bard. Because Eloquence Bard is sort of getting at I think the core of the question by saying like, hey, the lowest you can fucking roll on persuasion is 10, plus all of your levels. Yeah, rogues with reliable talent too. I mean, same concept. For some reason, people don't get annoyed at it with rogues. I don't know. I think both reliable talent and the College of Eloquence feature, I think those are better designed for feats. I don't love them as class abilities, personally. Partially because I don't think every table will fuck with them. Because I think that there is an interesting fantasy towards taking something challenging and trivializing it. Like, I think that is something that is a legitimately interesting fantasy that a player might want to engage in. I am so skilled, I am so proficient that I'm basically never going to fail this task. I think that is something that some players want to engage in, and some tables want to engage in, but not every table. And so I think it would probably be better. I think those sorts of features would be better put into the feat category so that they could be ad hoc banned like Lucky. Yeah. Is it harder to mess up GM prep with rogue skills than bard skills? Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, reliable talent applies to anything that they are proficient in. So like a swashbuckler with reliable talent is probably going to get it on persuasion. I think it's more that I don't know. I honestly don't know why the zeitgeist is different. It might be that rogues are technically marshals and bards are debatably the most powerful caster. Big debatably. But I think the debate is there. And so I think that people don't like as much that bard is getting it. And they're not really focusing on the ability itself. It's like, oh, the bard shouldn't be able to do that. But the rogue, they don't have multi-attack. They don't, like sneak attack. Oh, it requires all these things. They're more limited. So I think reliable talent just doesn't stand out to as many people for those reasons. Yeah. Laughs in 2024 Ranger. Oh boy. Well, I know that they were doing those like expert, like broad class arrangements. So we'll see. A few times I play, I always want to have high insight, perception, and persuasion because I want to know what's going on, which is why I prefer DMing. I feel that. I get that. You may not be able to persuade the king, but you can insult him enough that he wants you dead, which is, I think, that is ultimately a DM style thing. Of if a player says, I want to convince the king to do X, is there a roll or not? Because I think that there are two very valid options there of you roll to avoid a bad outcome, or that's a bad thing to say. No roll, this happens. Because I think at any point, and I think that's what makes the argument around like how much to roll kind of impossible to settle, is because there's, a relatively common thing of, hey, yeah, if something's impossible, don't have them roll. If something's trivial, don't have them roll. But on basically any given action, you can shift the window into a rollable situation of the goal of the persuasion check that you want to make is impossible. So, are we going to just not roll, or are we going to change the goal into something that is possible, like not having him fucking hate you because of what you said? So that is where like the role debate is always going to flounder, because it does have, at the very bottom of it, it is up to like opinion and style as to how much you want to roll. You can always shift the window into a rollable state, regardless of what's going on. The question is, how often are you down with shifting that window? I think.
I'm gonna hang near him.
Excuse me, young miss.
Yes, hi.
I'm sorry, we haven't spoken, but you spoke to my friends, you spoke to my sister. My sister looks very much...
I can see the similarity, yes.
I know...
Oh, it absolutely is Sputnik. I think a lot of DMs just don't even attempt to convey that. I think that's the... And I think that Matt's a good example of sometimes people will ask him to do things, and he is down to change the rules of the world. He's down to, like, not change their intention necessarily, but potentially ignore their original intention to take whatever they did and make rollable drama out of it, kind of regardless of what their intended success state was. If that and I think that that's part of the hallmark of higher roll DMs, like is like finding the role within the situation. Whereas like a lower roll DM, I also have to find the role sometimes, but it's much easier for me to say no to certain things. But yeah.
Know the news they delivered to you. I am so sorry for your loss. Your father was very brave at the end. Impressively so, and I want you to know that. I've also recovered his body, and I thought to add him to the pyres that the city did outside the city, but I thought maybe you had a family plot or somewhere you'd prefer him to be laid to rest. I'll gladly take him there for you, or take him with you, whatever you prefer.
I'll come with you. I'd like to see him one last time. We have no family plot. We were meager folk. But he spent most of his life working in that field. I think it's only fitting that's where he spends the rest of his days. Show me. And as you guys begin the building process, she follows you out of the field, where she is shown the body of Reginald. She takes a moment of quiet with it and kind of cradles his body. But there's a smile on her face, and she says thank you for letting her say goodbye face to face. And with your help, you both bring the body back to the farmhouse where you had first met, and you spend the rest of the day interring his body within the hillside that is buttressed against the actual farmland that he tilled.
To lose a parent before their time is no easy thing. I'm very sorry for you.
It's all right. He did good.
That he did.
Let's go ahead and make sure the rest of these folk have more to look forward to, shall we? She kind of looks at you for a second, and you can see she takes a general scope of your expression, your emotional state, and even for a young girl, she has a stronger insight than you expected. She kind of puts her arm out and touches your shoulder and says, "You carry too much sadness with you. You've done a lot of good. Let yourself understand and accept the fact that you've done a lot of good." And she starts walking back towards the town.
I linger for a bit.
All right. Now, you guys begin the process of building this subterranean bunker. You take the first day scanning through as a group, clearing out whatever creatures lurk beneath the city. Nothing of severe threat lies down there to your power level. And, you know, what once was a threat to you guys long ago, within the period of a day, you've cleared out a very, very sizable portion of the sewer system. And because it's been empty for quite a while, it's also not in a very terrible state either. I mean, it still needs to be cleaned, but that's also the specialty of those who can control water and air, let alone reinforcing the stonework that keeps the walls themselves sturdy, strong, able to support any heavy weight.
It's interesting. This is normally, I think, an opportunity for like a comp stomp, like an ant stomp type of combat, which are fun. But ant stomp combats kind of serve two factors of, number one, showing them their progress and like how much they've accomplished in like a very visceral way, showing their progress over the levels, and two, allowing the players to have fun and like silly fun with their abilities, similar to the cannonball contest. So I think that, and there's another factor of it would, because those are the main two objectives, and the whole progression thing isn't something that Care would experience. I think that the cannonball contest, as sort of like a downtime little interlude, and I use downtime not as the keyword, as like the more abstract version, but like as like an in-between interlude sort of thing. I think the cannonball contest makes a lot more sense if you have Care coming in, of allow them to blow off a little bit of steam, and then don't do like an ant stomp, comp stomp type of combat. Because that will waste guest PC opportunity. And you're already getting half of what you gain out of that sort of combat with the cannonball contest. So even though I like ant stomp type combats, I think it's good to not have it here. I think it's very good. I might catch up before the end. Possible, Daniel. Depends on how quick the rest of it goes. I don't know. We'll see. Just finish up 56. Time to catch up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Gotta speed through it.
On the surface. Within the next couple days, you guys continue the reinforcing process. People begin actually moving their supplies down underground and begin taking bits of furniture and elements that would at least make life down there more comfortable, or at least a ghost image of some of the life they lived above. Because when you're down there, the comforts are what keep you going. But the people seem, as the more and more of it comes together, folks genuinely begin to get a little excited at the idea of having a safe place to live for a while. And you feel like this is doing some good for these folks at the very least. Whenever you guys would like to take your journey.
I would like to do a couple things just to the room before we do anything other than the storehouses. I would like on one wall to carve the names of every survivor who stayed in the city. And on the other wall, start...
In Draconian.
In Draconian.
Yeah.
Terrible person. And on the other wall, start carving in the story of...
Those we've lost.
That's not what we've done to save the city, and where the story and where the city came from, and what has happened, and make a place where other people, they can start
creating their own,
carving in also the history and everything they need to say about the city. Just one of the giant walls I just want to start filling in with stories of the city.
Okay. This catches your attention too, because as a pragmatic individual, as Percy is, this is a strangely artistic endeavor of his point, at least the intent behind it.
You disagree with my opinions.
I don't really agree of immortalizing ourselves in stone.
It's not about us.
Way before we're even dead.
It's not us, Keyleth. It's the history of the town. Pack up. Driving me crazy.
How long do you live?
If I complete my journey, it could be upwards of 1,000 years or more.
How long do you think I live?
Less than 100, if you're lucky.
No.
How long?
I am Percival Frederick Stein von Musil Kowalski the Roll of the Third.
No kidding.
My ancestry.
I live forever as long as Whitestone lives. Bro, if he says as long as the Sun Tree lives, We're working that into our theory. This is... I like the debate between Percy and Keyleth. I think it's a good and interesting debate. But I do think at this point either the other characters and or the other players might be getting tired of hearing it. based on the Vex comment. I don't know. Maybe not. It definitely is, and this is something that I struggle with as a player, of relitigating the same thing over and over again. They're essentially having the same argument. I mean, I'm sure you wouldn't be able to tell at all with how I engage with chat. But I do think that it can be tough. Like, I see a lot of... I see a character decision with what Marisha is doing with Keyleth here, of like not letting go of this point. And I think it's like a good characterization, but we also have to weigh as players when sometimes characterization is drawing a bit too much attention to ourselves and like taking up a bit too much spotlight. Not to say that she's like super spotlight hogging here. We can go back to the Orion days to see real spotlight hogging. But it's sort of in the same vein as, you know, Liam's like, and I walk away sort of thing, of it's bringing it back up, not letting it go. E's characterization of like her stubbornness and her like unwillingness to like bend on this point, and her dismissiveness of Percy, who is himself very naturally dismissive. So like, it's all a very interesting interaction, but we're getting it so many times that I think it might come off a little bit repetitive, and that can be tough. Even though the repetitiveness is part of the point, is part of the characterization, sometimes characterization isn't like super fun at the table. Sometimes like certain characterizations can be annoying. Why are you cutting the man off and stealing his thunder? Cutting off Percy? Because I know what he's gonna say. Look, sometimes Percy is awesome, but sometimes he is a fortune cookie, which is fine. You know, that's part of Percy. But I'll put it this way. I love Percy as a character. I think he's a super well-developed, interesting, and engaging character. But he is also the type of character that annoys me personally. Like, has very specific traits that when they exist in real people, I find incredibly annoying. And the sort of speech that Percy's about to give, I find incredibly eye-rolly. So I don't really mind interrupting it. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm not. This isn't a condemnation of Percy. Percy's a great character, but I don't give a shit. I'm insane about their dynamic, Your Honor. Looking for any and all Suntree mentions? Absolutely.
100, if you're lucky.
No.
How long?
I am Percival Frederick, signed by Musil Kowalski to Rollo III.
No kidding.
My ancestry dates back thousands of years and will continue for thousands more, unless Whitestone falls. I live as long as Whitestone lives. This place is the human soul. This is what we have built with our tiny moments. To lose a place like this, we don't feel it immediately, but it would ruin everyone in small ways.
Not all of us are lucky enough to have a lineage in a name.
Not all of us are lucky enough to have a lineage and a lifespan.
Not enough. Not many of us are lucky enough to have a lineage at all.
Which is why we save everyone we can.
I guess that is one thing we can both agree on.
This is good we do here. This is great good. And it's not about idolizing ourselves. It's about a very long story, which we are, even you, a tiny part of.
At this moment, you look down and notice that while you guys are having this talk, a small child has walked up to the wall, and where Percy has stopped the carving, the child has picked up a piece of wayward chalk that was in the ground and has begun to draw little stick figures in the wall where he stopped. And then, and with a little bit of the quiet, stops and looks up over his shoulder at the two of you and just smiles. And then just goes back to writing on the wall.
He'll outlive you right there.
Yeah, no, you're probably right. Look at him. I guess this little guy is like the moment encapsulated. Hey, bud.
That's octopus.
Just a shock. This is a flower. This is a baby.
I give Keyleth a little hug.
Pikey Pants, do you want to have gone to Kymel, or do you want to have stayed and helped?
Well, didn't you volunteer me to help?
I volunteered you to come with me to Kymel.
I'll go with you to Kymel.
I'll come along to chaperone now. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, so these two things are happening simultaneously?
Are these two things happening simultaneously?
It would take,
well, Kymel will be fast.
This is up to you guys. The Kymel journey,
Is it a couple
A
days?
couple days and back.
well, not according to druidic spells,
Oh yeah.
Bam,
You can
bam.
vamp us there.
Oh, right.
And then
Magic.
which is what I assumed you were referring to about instantaneous travel.
Yes.
So
at some point we should put a teleport circle in this
That would probably
down here
be smart.
to Kymel. Or yeah.
well, you have to contact it.
They have somebody else is gonna do this. We've
Yeah.
got
Let's bamf in.
Let's go do it.
So we're all gonna go?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm gonna
No.
stay and help build.
Okay. So, Scanlan, Pike, and Keyleth, you're going with them?
I guess so. You guys are gonna need me to get back.
Oh, we. That's
Unless
good.
I can get you there and then you can walk back.
Oh, we
Fly
can
there,
do-
walk back.
That's...
Or you can...
teleport.
Can you fly?
I can fly.
I can mist form us and then we can get there in how many hours?
Mist form, you'd get there in under a day.
Teleporting's more fun.
So what you doing?
Do it.
Teleport them there, and then they can get back later on.
Do you guys want to
We'll
go on a
get back,
field
we'll
trip?
get back on
guys?
our own.
Fine.
It's 2 days.
All right.
They just killed the dragon. They'll be fine. What's a bandit gonna do?
Have fun, you gnomes.
All right. She finds one of the surface trees just outside of the sewage system. You guys now stand.
Oh, are we back? Reconnection successful. Uh-oh. I think we're back. If you reload, I think we're back. Okay. And we're back. We're back. Woo! Okay, we're so back. Okay, I said that if we dropped at all, I was going to shut off Twitch. Although, that drop was a little bit weird because it was a full drop, so I don't know. Did not need to reload. That's good to know. Okay. We're going to keep going for now. Because that was a full 2-0 drop. If we get one of the mini drops that we were getting last time, then I'll disconnect Twitch. But for now, we'll keep going. Yeah. Got it logged.
Standing on the outside of a small cluster of trees outside of Kymel, the mountain range behind it you can see, there are hundreds and hundreds of people that are displaced on the outside of the city in tents.
Before, because assuming it sounds like a couple of days, if there's walls and stuff and artistry happening, have the wagons gotten back?
They have actually, yes.
Okay. And if there are those resources, and I know that this trip is happening, I've got to go across and make sure that my people aren't dying of dysentery.
True enough.
We're coming?
If
Great.
I'm well.
And so,
Third wheel.
trying
to get some action here.
there's a high five tag to Keyleth as Pike jumps through it before it slams shut. Kara goes, wait, whoop, and jumps through after.
No, this is great. It's great to have an old dude with us also.
I do think it's great.
all dudes.
So much that I wanted to talk to you about, Care, so I'm so glad that you came along.
There's important work to be done here.
There is very important work to be done, and I just feel like we all need to focus on that and just get down to the nitty gritty of it, you know?
Good you have a child.
I think your nitty gritty might be different.
It's very different.
That's very effective.
Let's go, let's walk.
Let's go spread the good word about Westruun and the great things happening in sewers there.
Ding dong.
All right. You guys begin to make your way from tents to tents, finding individuals, many of which you recognize. Some have recognition of you, and there's a brief little discussion of what's happened, what's transpired, and you tell them of the fall of Umbrasil, of the the herd being sundered and sent westward, and making sure, as Scanlan would, that Vox Machina is responsible.
Yes, and that it rhymes.
Indeed. There is no central guidance here. I mean, the Margrave Tumnerwan, who actually runs Kymel, does occasionally come out to check up on people. It's not like they're being, kept out of the city forcefully. There's just no room for them. They've taken in as many refugees as they can, and then everyone else on the outside is being helped to the best of their ability, but they're very thin on resources, and they've sent trade wagons out to Stilben, even southward. They sent some over into the Verdant Expanse to hopefully trade with Singorn. There have been people that have been trying to help what they can. However, most people outside are still beginning to starve a little bit. A lot of the beasts of burden have been converted into food out of necessity.
Isn't Singorn in the Feywild? Am I misremembering where their dad is from? Or not where their dad is from, but where he's currently at? I know Singorn was mentioned, but not good. Not good Singorn. Elvish majority. City's gone, huge chasm. I guess, to be fair, the Margrave probably doesn't know, right? Yeah. You're right, Cherry. The Margrave doesn't know that Singorn's gone. So it still could be gone. Okay. So we're back. Look, I got worried for a second. All the back half of this episode has only presented possible roadblocks. and possible reasons that my theory is not correct. And so it's like, man, if Singorn is in the material plane, that would throw everything fucking off. But no, okay, we're grasping on by our fingertips to the theory. Oh no.
And so there's a lot of empty carts and wagons around, and people are just kind of in this holding pattern waiting to hear any news. And the news that you bring does bring hope to the eyes of those that do speak with you.
At some point in our journey, I excuse myself for 10 minutes. Drink my...
Wait, shit, we gotta go. We gotta go. I know we're so back, but we gotta be so gone. Gonna do BRB really quick, grab drinks, go to the bathroom, allow catch-up watchers to catch up more. And I will see you all in a moment. BRB. Hey, we're back. What's up? How we doing? The mic is back. I'm back. We're so back. So weird that info travels both by both horse and sending this world fast as light. Yeah, true. I mean, it's a that is definitely that is a concept that you could like play with a lot in your settings. We've talked about it before. Magic would affect everything so infinitely that it's impossible to account for all of it. But this is something you could definitely like build into the fabric if you wanted to do like time delay stuff. Could be really fun. Mega's ability to pause just before things legendary. Look, sometimes I will say, sometimes I feel it coming in my jellies. And I don't want to pause in the middle of it. So I'm like, I gotta get all my shit out before the thing. But sometimes I can feel it in like the sense of like, okay, they just went to the place. Scanlan's gonna look for Kaylee. Something might happen there. They're gonna talk to people. Like, sometimes I have an instinct for it. And I'm like, gotta empty my bladder beforehand. And my bladder and my mind. But we will get back into it.
Last shit scrying potion. Poop out a little loaf. Take a tiny bit of it. Take a tiny bit of it. Wrap it in a little bit of parchment. Stick it in the secret compartment of the sword, of the hilt of the sword.
Okay.
Of the scabbard. Yeah.
Should name the sword number 2.
I like it.
The classiest of magic practitioners, Scanlan Shorthalt. You do so. like spackling a wall. You fill the compartment affixed within the scabbard without issue.
Shove that dingleberry in there.
Fresh blueberry sherbet.
Anyway.
All right, so we've spread the good word.
Yeah, it seems
Are people going to travel back, do you think?
Many folks are now considering returning. Some folks speak of another group of people that are over by the Formir Basin.
This is Myth Carver, right? That he's doing this to? Why? A scab. No. It's just a random sheath? So he's making something. He's stealth shitting. He's making a stealth shit. The jar was too obvious. Right, okay. All right, so the jars are too obvious. Can't just poop in a corner like in Vasselheim. Gotta, right. People are catching wise to his tactics. No, that's fair. His tactics are known far and wide. So he's got to innovate, or else people will learn to detect the shits. Or not the shits, that's them. I mean the scry shits. Oh my god. What is he even going to use it for? We'll see. This is, is he gonna give it to Kaylee? Is he gonna give the shit sword to Kaylee so that he can scry on her? He could have just scried on the scabbard. It didn't need to. No, I guess he has the special scry shit potions. I forgot. You know what? Hey, I think I forgot about that specific piece of world building. Is that his shits are particularly scryable. He has no way to scry on Bard? What? So he can only scry on his shits? I figured he just used a scry potion. And am I misremembering how this works? My remembrance of this was that he has the scry spell, but he uses the shits as a target for his scry so that they like auto succeed, and that's why he has the potions. Is like for like an auto scry. Is that not the nature of his shit scrying? It's a special potion. And the potion gives him scry? He drank a potion that lets him shit 3 times that he can then scry on. But he doesn't know the scry spell. Separately from that? How many times can he scry? Does it eat up a spell slot? So he can only scry on his shits. Huh. It cancels out the previous one. I kind of remembered that. I'm pretty sure he doesn't know scry. Oh. I suppose I could go back to the Gilmore potion making segment. Bard does get scry. Well, sorry, beyond whether or not he even like actually knows it, like whether or not it's on the list. I mean, Bard gets everything. So it's, that whether or not it's even on the spell list is kind of a moot point as to whether or not he possibly knows it. Okay, I was remembering the nature of this right. For some reason, I didn't pay attention to the ship mechanics. That's my bad. But only on the scat. He does not know scry, only by shitting. Weird. Okay. The situation is different. So he does, if he wants to spy on Kaylee, he does need to somehow get a shit into her possession, which I guess a shit compartment in the scabbard of a sword that he gives her does make sense. Basically just speak in like earlier in this episode. Yeah. I remembered the mechanics of how it worked. I just thought that it was removing the scry check that you normally had to make. I thought it was basically buffing his existing scry, not giving him the ability in the first place. But it works either way. He has unlimited check the shits. Got it. Talk about a shitty gift.
They're going to ahead send people over there to give word. Some people are asking to see if their family members are okay, and you don't really know everyone's name there, but you tell them there are survivors. Most people you talk to are intent on returning because this living situation is only going to be so good for so long.
Hope we're not sentencing them to death.
Well, to be fair, the town you're currently in could be gone next week.
True.
So
that's true.
Either way.
I know what's needed back there. I've got access to money. They have wagons and labor. I know most of the people in town, so I'm not going to do it myself, but I know who, like, is, honestly, anyone who runs a farm is, like, a better organizer than any modern small business owner.
This is very true.
So I will talk to a few of these old, capable farmer types and say, okay, here's the money. You know how to bargain. Do your business, and we can, get together and we'll head back. Maybe all together, as soon as you can get everyone together and all that. Also, I'll put somebody in charge of like making sure that we're bringing in food, and I'll do a scan around and I'll make sure that people literally aren't dying of dysentery, that they have a clean well and all of that stuff.
Yeah, and I mean there is disease, as tends to happen when you have people who are displaced and clustered like that in subpar living conditions, but no major pandemics that are kicking through the people there. There are people who are sick are being tended to, and there are people who are medically practiced, or at least herbalists and such, that can help with that. You find a slight group of trustworthy individuals that would do well and understand the process, and with mere inclusion of a few thousand gold, be more than enough to be able to purchase from the interior of Kymel enough oxen, horses, and other beasts to bring most of the current carts back with you. That was the only real barrier, because Kymel's like, we can't help you guys for free. Now all of a sudden there's gold. People are like, oh, well, let's talk. Charity only goes so far. Right. But you do feel through this trip that you've definitely made an impact, and most of the people, at least over the next week or so, will be outfitted with the proper materials, food for the journey, and be able to make their way back towards Westruun. Cool.
And I will also go to look for Dr. Dra and Kaylee at some point.
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
I'll go with him. Maybe.
27.
Okay. As you walk with him, within mere hours, almost like you picked up the scent on a hunt, you see a glimmer of short, dark hair, and you glance over, and sure enough, there is Kaylee, who is currently holding over her shoulder Dr. Dranzel, who is kind of limping alongside her.
God. Is he okay?
You can go and ask.
I'll go and ask.
They're kind of walking across the street. They haven't noticed you yet.
Oi, short halt.
There's a stop, and Kaylee turns her head.
Hi.
She kind of drops Dranzel's arm and rushes forward and just gives you a hug. And then kind of lets go for a second, pushes away, and kind of... I see you survived. That's good.
You too? How's he?
Oh, he's got a foot infection, nothing too great to look about. You look down and his left foot is all swollen. He's like, I've had worse.
Pike has
over,
healed feet before.
May I?
Please, be my guest. As the half-orc grins with his hat still floppy on his head, he presents his horrible foot that gives off a delightful smell of putrescence.
While she works on him, I'm going to just take Kaylee off to the side.
Yeah, it's easy enough for you to cleanse elements of disease with minor healing.
Yeah.
We'll save the purposes of this. Through a couple of low-level spells, you're able to pretty much take care of his foot entirely. It's like,
Nice.
That's incredible. Well, I mean, if you ever need a traveling troupe, we're always looking for someone to keep us on the up and up. Can you cure hangovers?
I can.
Well, hang with me, young Pike.
While this is happening, return to Kaylee.
It's very interesting because Matt is essentially doing downtime. Like, he did describe the smell of putrescence. That's so true. Hey, maybe it'll cover up the shit smell. Like, Matt is doing all of the individual components of downtime without actually mechanizing it. It's like, buying all of these materials. Like, it's just like, okay, that's the thing you want to do. It'll cost this much gold. It accomplishes the thing you wanted it to accomplish. If you want to zoom in, we can. If you don't, we don't. And he doesn't. And then it's like, I want to look for Kaylee and Dranzel. And it's like one investigation check. We don't have to like go through the fucking map towns of the city, talk about where you are, talk about like what the layout of Kymel is. You roll well, you find her. We zoom in to that situation. And it honestly didn't stand out to me that much until that healing comment. That healing comment of like, we'll just assume that it takes a few low-level spells is like not how curing disease works. like curing disease is like a thing. Oh God, fellow phoners. Oh no. Phoners, it sounds dirty for some reason to me. I don't know why. Phoners, it is better than phonies. I'm gonna have to think about it. But even like the couple of low-level healing or what have you, like, it's also just like essentially just like taking an indeterminate number of resources, like, isn't how you go about D&D, unless you're in downtime, where it's like, in downtime, lesser restoration cures disease. Exactly. So like that's what I'm saying is like specific spells do that. But he's like, okay, we'll just take like a few low-level spells. And like that amount of not delicateness, what's the word? That amount of that lack of detail is the sort of abstraction you do during downtime, where it's like, okay, all of this is happening over the course of a week. So individual resource expenditure doesn't really matter because the assumption is that you're doing like 7 long rests over the course of this downtime. It feels like I can take away an arbitrary amount of resources because it doesn't matter. Exactly. He's not going, like, Matt has a solid idea of how he's going to run this. He would not take away, like, a random arbitrary amount if they were then going to get into a combat where, like, the number of spell slots mattered. You know, like, the fact that he's not valuing them means that we are in, like, a time bubble where it's not going to matter. Like, the amount of resources that she has is not going to matter before the next long rest. So that's what I'm saying is, like, it's all of the, like, individual aspects of downtime, but without actually doing it as explicit downtime, which is fine. You do not have to be like, hey, everybody, let's all gather around and transfer into downtime. Like, you know, you definitely don't have to go as explicit as that. You can absolutely do something like this. But this is a good thing to look at. Just like when I was talking about the mega project earlier, like, these are both good things to look at if you aren't sure how to run downtime. Like, if you've never, like, seen it done convincingly, or you've never seen it, like, you know, have, like, a really good impact. This is, like, all of the positive elements of downtime. It's just being sort of constrained to a day rather than the normally longer periods of time that downtime encompasses. But, like, the amount of time that this takes doesn't matter, really. Like, you can take exactly what Matt's doing and just apply it to a longer period of time with, like, relatively similar, like, zoom ins, zoom outs, all of that sort of stuff. Because the actual time that all of this is taking super doesn't matter. So it's an oddly good example of how to do downtime, even though that's not actually what he's doing. It's strange. It's got all of, like, he's doing all of the right things, just not calling it that. Which is fair. You know, before Xanathars came out, downtime was a much more, like, obscure topic. So it makes a lot of sense, especially for people new to the system. Wait, I lost the chat. I didn't. I won Best New Artist in last year's Phonies. No! If you were evil as a player, you could then do whatever you want as you're guaranteed no combat. That is the implication. You're not really guaranteed it. And, like, at that point, if your player starts being evil, then it's like, all right, let's lock in how many resources that was. I was abstracting it for you to not take up too much time. But if your player starts being evil, you can hit them back. If you were to put them into combat, I think they should have access to all their spells / resources, unless they spell they cast specifically causes a combat. I think that's fair. I mean, I think that's fair for downtime. Absolutely. For this, it's obviously a little bit weirder because we're not actually in downtime. We're still within a day. So it's a little bit stranger in this, but I guess we could call it buffer time. Yeah, sure. Yeah, downtime is just buffer time extended over multiple long rests, and buffer time is periods where individual resource expenditure don't have substantial consequences towards success or failure of the overall task. I think you could easily categorize it like that. Would we consider them new to the system still? That's true. I mean, I guess they've been in it for like a year and a half. I think when I was a year and a half in, I would have still considered myself relatively new. Like, I consider myself experienced at, you know, more than 10 years. I think even after a year, I might have still considered myself new. But I don't know. They're approaching being out of new territory. But either way, you know, Xanathar's wasn't out. Phoner sounds derogatory. I know. It sounds weird. Are you sure he's not doing downtime? I know he isn't calling it out, but to me, he's still doing it. Am I forgetting that downtime specifically has to be week plus? It's not necessarily the amount of time. I think whether or not he is doing downtime is up to interpretation. I think it is up to interpretation. Typically, downtime is more structured with really specific goals and, more to the point, a series of roles. Not all downtime is a series of roles. Some downtime is just one role. But more typically, it's like a series of roles. And more typically, you know how much time you're going to have to spend to accomplish any given task before you set out on it. But those are all just typical. I think that downtime really can be conceptualized as any period of the game where we are not tracking it, you know, minute to minute, hour to hour. We are taking a segment of time, abstracting it, and then zooming into individual components and doing those parts real time. But in between, even not, because normally like time skips happen during rests. They happen during short rests, long rests. And when you're not in one of those two things, time skips are otherwise kind of rare. Whereas downtime is sort of defined by the entire thing being a time skip. And then you only zoom into real time if there is interesting role play to accomplish or to engage with. So debatable. Yeah, he's definitely downtime adjacent. And I think, like, according to DMG descriptions of downtime, he's probably like, I would have to reread DMG. But I think he's probably more within the DMG description of downtime than maybe Xanathar's. And I think that Xanathar's is the more complete and authoritative version, is what I would consider it. So this is over multiple days. Is it? I thought this was all on one day. It was multiple days travel between Kymel, but they bamfed. So my understanding was that this was all one day. If it was over multiple days, it's almost certainly downtime. Because there's a more explicit, like, time skip, you know? They've been playing every week, more or less, for a year and a half. Yeah, true. I guess maybe they're not new to the system anymore, to a degree. I also think I consider them more new to the system because they came in like a weird way. Like, they came in as like these higher leveled characters. So they didn't like experience like levels like 1 to 5. Well, actually, I don't even remember what level they were when they came in, like 9. They didn't experience like a decent portion of the game that has a very different tone and like feel to it. So I think maybe that's why I still consider them on the new side technically. But that, again, that's also just like a strictly opinion thing. Didn't they walk back? They haven't even gone back yet. So no. I don't think so, at least. I think he said the preparation of the town sewer stuff was a multi-day endeavor. Maybe. I think this is still the first day of said endeavor. But I could also be wrong. It ultimately doesn't really matter. 11? Yeah, 11. I mean, it's like they like missed like half the game to a degree. You know what I'm saying?
I'm so happy that you're alive and safe. And I came a great distance to do other things, but mainly to see you, and I just wanted to say a few things before I go off to complete my mission. And, well, you know, I know I'm not the father that you wanted, but I'm the father that you have, and I'm sorry. And I just wanted to tell you that, you know, I've been doing a lot of thinking about you and me and where I fit into the life of a family man. And, well, most of my adult life I've been longing for a gnome to care for. And I met a really good one, and she's here, and her name's Pike, and she's beautiful and wonderful and possibly my soulmate, but I've learned that she's not my family and never will be. And you're the gnome that I'm to care for forever. And I'm doing something very stupid now with my friends. We're going to try to save the world. And I didn't know why, but now I know. And if we die doing it, it will be for a good thing. And if we don't, then, well, I'll find you, and I'll be whatever kind of father you need me to be, one who's close and helpful.
She shushes you, puts her finger up and shushes you. She steps up and looks you.
Okay, I gotta check something. I need to check something. 2016. He stole this from How I Met Your Mother. I was like, he obviously didn't steal it. He didn't steal it. But I was so curious as to which one came out first, because this is like in a similar enough time frame, but it was 2013 to 2014. This is the end of Barney's plot line. Spoilers for a show that ended 10 years ago. So that's funny though. I have complicated feelings about this, but that is because this is sniping the room between the duplexes. Like, this is a good and interesting arc, and this is good characterization. And I wish I could talk more positively about it, but I have specific feelings that are preventing me from doing so. But that is they are personal and not an indictment on Scanlan or this arc. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I was wondering if this would come up of like an absentee father arc. Yeah. When did Xanathars come out? Late 2017. Yeah, so not where they're at yet. Yeah, this is July 2016. So they've got about a year before Xanathars comes out. So I'm assuming it'll come out before Campaign 2, which is why I think part of my predictions had them doing some Xanathar stuff in Campaign 2.
The hardness in her face softens, and there is a little bit of tears gathering at the edge of her eyes, and she says, "Don't you die. You stay alive."
I don't intend to, but you know, I was just inside.
You're not going to die. You're gonna go do your stupid world-saving mission like you told me, and you're gonna come back, and we're gonna have a lot to talk about.
All right.
All right? Can you do that for me?
I promise you. I promise you.
I'll hold you to that.
Well, you do the same, all right? Stay safe. I got you a present. It's a ring. It's a beautiful ring because you're a beautiful girl, and I'd like you to keep it.
She takes it and looks at it and goes, "Are you sure this wasn't for someone else?"
No, never.
She puts it on.
And you're also strong, and you'll need this sword. And I give her my singing dawn blade, which has a unique little imperfection at the bottom of it. And I say, this sword has killed a king, which makes it almost worthy enough for you. And I hope that it keeps you safe until I can see you again.
I don't know what to say. I'll start with thank you. Well, I feel pretty well protected.
Okay, get out of here if you can. Try to make your way to Vasselheim. There's 3 more dragons, and it'll be a while before I kill them all.
I don't know, you've done quite a bit of work in even just these past few weeks. Vasselheim. I'll talk it over with the doctor, see what he's interested in.
Okay.
You promised.
Gnome's honor.
And she kind of reaches up and grabs your shirt and gives you a kiss in the forehead. And then pushes you away and says, out of my fucking face. Turns around and walks back towards Dr. Drenzel.
All right, Pike, I'm done.
Okay.
But she's not done. You're sticking with us, right?
I don't think I can.
Oh, I know. I'm just...
But you guys are headed to... Where are you headed to? Where are you going to go?
I don't know. I figure we can... Based on what we're hearing around here, folks are heading back to Westruun. They probably need some cheering up on the road, and... from there, who knows? Actually, I've never actually been to Marquette before, but I'm thinking, and
At this point, Kaylee comes up and goes,
Let's have a talk. I'm feeling a bit of religion coming on. Perhaps we should look farther west. Northwest. Vasselheim. Not a lot of music in those parts. Willing to pay for that, I assume.
Vasselheim. It's cold there, isn't it? Let's get some furs.
and they both kind of start walking away from you guys.
Before they go, I just reach up my hand and introduce myself to Kaylee. Say, I've heard many lovely things about you.
She looks at you kind of guardedly and takes your hand. As I've heard of you. He made a promise.
I'll make sure that he keeps it.
Thank you. And they keep walking. So, with the money dispersed, the group having a returning sense of hope, with materials, goods, food being redistributed amongst the refugees, it appears there is a direction for the future of Westruun that you've set into place. As you guys gather the rest of your things, Keyleth, you take an evening's rest with the troop, and the next morning return back to Westruun.
Something I really wanted to do last night. In all the hubbub that's going on in Westruun, I find my sister. I spent some time to find my sister, and I wanted to stealth up on her.
Easy enough to do while they're out and about taking the rest on the with the group in Kynal, while you guys are still helping rebuilding. So, yes, go ahead and make stealth check.
Just reading these names on this wall.
20.
What's your passive perception?
21.
Oh, shit.
You hear a few very, very faint, very familiar steps come across the stones behind you.
I pretend like I don't hear them.
Okay.
Stubby. I pull her into a big fat hug. Your hair looks like shit. Sit down. You start braiding it.
I love you too.
Elena will be proud of you. I am proud of you.
That's worth more.
Saved my life again.
Did I?
I crawled out through an arrow hole.
I saw this little lump squirming. I thought it was probably you. Tiny little you.
It's a bit of chicken here.
Oh, ow!
One day at a time, right?
One day at a time. Ow!
Yeah.
All right. As you guys spend the next few days together forming what is a fairly functional stronghold for at least the necessary needs of protecting permanent refugees beneath the northern area of Westruun, you feel confident that the folks that are here and the folks that are coming, there's enough of a community building now where they may not be absolutely necessary for your perpetual oversight and presence should you have business elsewhere. Anything else you wish to take care of before?
This is interesting. This is the fact that there were no roles to prepare the shelter. To me, and this isn't always the case. Definitely isn't always the case. But to me, having watched this so far, implies that there will likely not be any... It's either one of two things. Either there will not be any conflict or drama based on that shelter, essentially. Like, how good or bad it theoretically is just doesn't matter. Or that no matter what, like, there is no version of the shelter they could have built that will stop conflict and drama. Which I do think is fair. It's a fair way to take it for Matt. Because I think that Matt is kind of in a mindset of the decision was stay or go. And that was a big decision that was made with a lot of ambiguity, and it, kind of dug down to like their core beliefs and their understandings of the dragons and their insights and all of this. And it might be bad if once they make that decision, if the success or failure of said decision is predicated on dice rolls. The drama and the conflict was roll-less. It is, which of these two decisions, which of these two paths is the correct path for Westruun. And now that they've chosen a path, it might be a bit of whiplash if the path that they chose is then dependent on a dice roll as to whether or not it's successful. So yeah, that struck me as a little bit odd at first, but the more I process it, the more I think it's correct given what got them here. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the shelter was pretty much just Keyleth's spells, right? It might be weird to make her roll for a spell that doesn't require one. I mean, Keyleth's spells are not going to make it naturally dragon-proof, naturally hidden. You know what I'm saying? So there's a bit of design work on, like, Keyleth's spells are the equivalent of like a masonry kit, They're like a tool that they're using to build the shelter. So it's less of does the shelter exist or not, and it's more did they design it in a way that will withstand a potential dragon or be stealthed from a potential dragon. And I think that might be a good way to take it if we go back to what we were talking about earlier with like the way that whole decision point was made of like they're making this decision with relatively little information. If they had made the decision with more information and it was just an obstacle of convincing the crowd, that's a very different scenario, right? Like, if they had information that they could be confident about, and then they just had to convince the crowd, it might be interesting for the proficiency of the shelter's design, etc., to be a potential conflict point. But because they had very little information when making the decision, that decision is the conflict point. And so you probably don't want like overlapping drama, overlapping conflict points there. So I think with the previous decision, which was, I think, good and valid because of the previous way that the campaign has been run, or the arc, I guess, based on those things, I think it's good to have there be like no check to a degree. Kind of like with enough time, you can do things without a roll, like clearing rubble. You only roll normally as a conceit if there's time pressure. Yeah, I mean, rolling is the possibility. The rolling introduces a random possibility of failure, which is normally played for drama and conflict. With a time pressure, it is, yeah, like, is the thing gonna catch up to us? Are we gonna be too late? You know, that's the drama, that's the conflict. This rolling here, if you were going to do so, it would have to be that there would either have to be a clear time pressure, like, oh, the fucking dragons are going to be here in 2 days. Can we do it quickly enough? Or it has to be, is the shelter designed in such a way that Vorugal won't notice it? Or it will, like, withstand Vorugal. Or, you know, the other dragons. But I think that both of those, like, conflict scenarios are not what Matt wanted here. The conflict scenario was, are they leaving or are they staying? So since we already had that, you don't want to, like, push another one on them immediately, I think. I think I agree with that. With the thing that I'm saying. They didn't specify it being hidden, though, did they? I believe they specified it being hidden. Like, I believe that that's... Now, the question there would be, why are they building a shelter if it isn't hidden? You know? It's like, I assumed the reason they were building a shelter underneath the ground is so that it was hidden from the dragons. Because otherwise, there are shelters above the ground. Like, everyone has been living in houses that are still, like, intact. Or the question would be, is it a shelter that they think can withstand a dragon? Which then I would want, if that was going to be a conflict point, I would want description of how they are making it dragon-proof. You know, how low beneath the city is it, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't think that's the type of conflict that Matt's going for, which I think is very fair. Yeah. I have thoughts, but can't say. Fair enough. If I'm remembering right, that's how it works in Shadow Dark. You auto-succeed by default and only roll when under stress of some kind, like doing it fast or being attacked. Yeah. They just want underground where it's harder for the dragons to access. Okay. I do think it is a withstanding issue more than a hide issue. Got it. Okay. Either way, I think either of those factors of withstanding or hiding, I think both of those are theoretically like rollable conflict points to see like how well does the shelter accomplish the goal. But that would only be if you wanted that to be the conflict, which I don't think he does.
Or you continue your journey?
I have a small package and letter that I want to deliver to Care before we leave, but other than that...
Okay.
A care package?
Yes. I was really hoping someone was going to...
I would like to just pull Care aside and say, you know, these people here, they're a bit lost, and they need a leader.
Yeah, they absolutely do. We'll see if we can find them one.
I'm looking at one that would be wonderful. Just something to think about.
Well, I've thought about it, but no. But you're very kind. You know, how long has this been going on?
You're going on a better part of 2 weeks.
Okay.
Since the initial dragon attack.
Okay.
A little over 2 weeks maybe by now.
You know, one thing that I'll make a point of doing is, you know, while a lot of this is going on, and I'm kind of seeing what they're really capable of in terms of reshaping everything, you know, I'll spend a little bit of time kind of at her shoulder. We'll talk, maybe a little bit, or not, maybe, depending on what she's in the mood for. The general gist of it is, I'll talk a little bit about that. It takes a long time doing this stuff like this. Actually, making something. And sometimes it doesn't seem to like balance out that scale very well, but that's all you can do. And sometimes all you can do is be around for people while they make things, because you can't do everything.
Well, Care, I'm certainly glad that you showed up in my life in this time when I am building this, whatever the hell this is. So thank you.
We've made you something if you will accept it.
Yeah.
We pull out a small wooden box that we put together. And
I put some Ashari decorative stuff around it,
So it's actually, the box itself is wooden, but there is like fresh living ivy curled across it with a few bursts of beautiful red flowers on each side.
Totally. What's the flower of Westruun?
The flower of Westruun would actually be the white iris, which grows around the western side of it. It's
It's covered in white irises.
You sick fuck. You're amazing.
Oh, the white iris. No big deal. It's the white iris.
Talk Western to me.
White iris.
White iris.
Spring snakes.
Too soon.
Am I missing something? What's the white iris? Is the white iris something I need to write down? I guess I'll do it. Why is he a sick fuck for making there be a flower around the city? They were just impressed with Matt's improv? Oh. That he named a flower? I see. Okay. I guess I'll write it down anyways. Flower of Westruun is white iris. I think it was the fact that Matt had a perfect answer so quick. I see. Yeah, I think it's when... I think maybe a lesson there is like I've been impressed with a ton of Matt's improv, but that one didn't really stand out to me. So I guess it's like a little odd to me that it stood out to some of the players when like I feel like he's had incredible improv, but it might just be that, yeah, like you said, it was just so fast and it was specific. But the real lesson there, I think, is that it doesn't matter what you say. Like, I think improv is hard when you have to try to manage a bunch of connecting threads, a bunch of connecting factors, but something to really internalize is that you can say whatever you want to that. So it's like if you are and this is I'm trying to be like careful with my wording here because I don't want to like put anyone that was impressed by it down. Like that is I can see how like as part of the, magic trick of DMing, that sort of thing could feel very impressive. And to pull back the curtain a little bit on the magic trick is, yeah, just say whatever you want. It's like you can... It is one of the reasons that I will never not record my sessions anymore because I would forget to write that down. Like Pharaoh would say, it's like, yeah, just make a note and connect it later of like, to be fair, I would forget to make a note about it. But that's why I record my sessions, is because then I rewatch the session and I'm like, oh, I made that up in the moment. And then I'll work it in later. Yeah. And I think the other thing to remember is it doesn't even like, you know, D&D is a fantasy make-believe game. Not everything does make sense. And not everything has to make sense. Like if he said the white rhinoceros and they were like, no, I said the flower. And he's like, that's the flower. It's a white rhinoceros. You know, rhinoceroses are different in this in this setting. It's obviously a little bit of a silly example, but like you can make up words, you can like so many things in our world are called things that they are not. You know, like sea horses. And the fucking stick bug. So like yeah, if you have players especially that really like that sort of thing and like asking you those sorts of specific questions, you just make some shit up. It literally doesn't matter what it is, and then record it later. And then the real magic trick is then making it important later. Like if Matt wants to drop a hint towards Westruun, like that is how you build the idea that you are this insane high prep DM that's planning out every little thing. Like that's how you cultivate that reputation, is you make shit up. Make shit up. And then you take the things that you made up and you reward your players, number one, for asking about it in the first place and for remembering it by making it important later. The shit that you made up before. That's how you make your world. That's the magic trick towards like making it all feel connected, making it all feel like this big, moving, alive ecosystem, is by saying it like you already knew it and then incorporating it afterward. Which to me is a lot easier with something. And again, I think why it didn't really stand out to me is it's so much, that sort of thing is so much easier for me with, yeah, like what's the flower, as opposed to some much more complicated questions that they have asked him and that he has had near instant answers to that I'm almost positive were improv. He's had much more complicated questions asked of him. And I think the reason that his players probably aren't impressed is because he's done the magic trick so well. So they assume when he answers a more complicated question, it's this like weird dichotomy of like, when the question is more complicated and thereby the improv more impressive, like the improv gets to a point of impressiveness where they no longer think that it's possible because it's so impressive. And so then they assume it's not improv, which actually degrades the amount of credit that Matt should get for those things. I'll have to highlight the next time that sort of thing happens. But yeah, it's this really, really, really interesting dichotomy where like I think Matt is an incredibly impressive improver, but he's past the event horizon of being so good that people don't think it's improv anymore. You know, yeah. It's very, very, very interesting. Very interesting. I make running notes as we play, have a whole page. Like I'm taking notes in class. Yeah, I could never do that, but that is very good if you can. That's why I have to record my sessions, is because like I am incapable of doing that. But just as long as you maintain the things that you make up, that's the important part. Yeah, being able to name a random thing in a category can be really difficult. I think it depends on the pressure you're putting yourself under. Like, it can be, but only if you're concerned about it blending in to a degree. Like, the white iris sounds like a very normal flower, and that's good. Like making up something that sounds normal, and if that comes to you, that's great. But it also doesn't even need to sound that normal to still be, off the cuff, make sense, be in the world. Like, it could be something a little bit less feels right, because there are so many things in our world that mirror that same thing of like, sometimes they just like, sometimes things in the real world are named weird shit. I think it was because it was just a quick answer that made sense and fit well, and since it was a high stakes moment, so the players easily noticed. Yeah, that's fair. Once saw someone struggle to name a breed of cat. I mean, like I said, just make it up. I don't know. I'll tell you, I do not know a single breed of cat other than Tabby. Is Tabby a type of cat? But like, you're in a fantasy setting, just make one up. It's like the orange and red striped cat. It's and that's its properties. And that's even funnier if you've already pre-described the cat as not being orange and red. That just makes it funnier, because you're like, yeah, that's just the breed. That's just the historical breed. They come in different colors, but like, that's just what people call them. Because that's where shit happens. The interesting thing to me is that I'm sure he's done this a ton of times that I didn't notice at all, yet this is one of the times you could tell it was made up on the spot. Maybe that's what seems so impressive. They don't get to see him making stuff up much because it all looks like it's prepped. Yeah, I do think that is how Matt has cultivated the reputation that he has. Is his skill has gone to the point where like he's Chris Angel and it actually looks like he's levitating, to the point where it has now become like, now his players just think that he can fly. Whereas it's almost more impressive that he is so good at tricking them into thinking he's Chris Angel levitating. He's so good at tricking them that he has convinced them that flying magic is real. And that is more impressive than just being able to fly. You know what I'm saying? And that's my thesis statement on on Matt Mercer. Is Matt Mercer is Chris Angel, and that's the title of. And thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Great first, justify later. Victor Frankenstein probably. Lol. Oh, that's pretty good. The improv just feels undetectable. Yeah. A ton of people still scream that crit roll must be scripted, and I think that speaks to everyone involves improv talent. Yeah. It's like, it's not scripted. It is like, it is just that they are really good. But like, there's like a certain point where like, if you have so much skill, it starts to become unbelievable. And especially if that skill is a skill specifically meant to obfuscate itself, like improv. The more skilled at improv you are, the less obvious it should be that you're doing improv. So yeah, it's an interesting dichotomy. Yeah. It's something that you learn to be good at with improv, not freezing in the moment. Yeah, absolutely. I only know ragdoll. Yeah, I'm not a cat person either, so I don't know. Tabby is a pattern, not a breed. There's a difference? Uh-oh, I don't know. Okay, interesting. It just makes me think of the Taylor Swift interview where she is asked to name all the cat breeds she can in a minute. Dude, no, I could not. If it was an actual contest of like you will get points for like correct answers, I'm losing instantly. Tabby, I would consider a preferred pattern of the American short hair. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Reminds me of Harry Mack, so good at the craft, you think they can do anything? Yeah, absolutely. Gaslighting is a DM's greatest tool. Yeah, we're on the same page. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's take a quick break, and then this will probably be the last break. I'm sorry. Look, the time that we spent together was special, even if it was short. But yeah, we'll take the quick break, and then we'll be back, and then we'll finish it. I'll be back in a second. Pause. Oh wait, no. What the fuck am I doing? Why did I unpause it? I don't know what. I'm getting all confused. I'm getting all kerfluffled. Goodbye. Up. Hello. Munchkins are the dachshunds of cats. I had dachshunds growing up. I had 2 little dachshunds. They were very mean and peed and pooped a lot in the house. My main chore growing up, maybe not my main chore, but the most consistent one growing up was that I was always the first one home because like school got out earlier than work. And so I would get home and I had to do a once-over of the house to make sure that the dachshunds hadn't peed or pooped anywhere. And if they had, I had to fucking clean it up before my mom got home. That was one of my primary duties as a child. Yeah, I would never get dachshunds again. They're very funny and very cute, but they also suck, and I hate them, and I would not want them again. I like my big dogs. One of the big dogs is right over there. I don't know if you can see him. Big dog. Wait. I can't really see her. Whatever. I like the big dogs. There we go. Oh, I'm a little low. I shouldn't physically move my camera. It's probably bad habit. Hour back. Just got my first third break, which was explicitly for me. What's up? Yeah, I think we're probably not going to catch up. Damn. Grew up with a Newfoundland and a Border Collie mix. She was a big dog. Yeah, hell yeah. I love that. Anywho.
Inside is a scrolled parchment, a wooden bracelet, and a metal circlet.
Thank you for the gifted sub, Dr. Hoovy. I appreciate it. Oh my god, 5 gifted. Thank you so much, Dr. Hoovy. I appreciate it. That is a reminder that I need to go update the emotes on Twitch. Just thinking about the things that gets people. I need to do a little bit of a look at later. Update Twitch emotes. Update. But thank you. As even if and especially if it forces me to make it better, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I got
spring snakes.
Trying to have a moment. Thank you.
Have I got the first clue?
No.
These parchment will explain everything and how to use them, but this circlet and this bracelet will help make you a champion that can help protect this city now. And should the need arise, this circlet will give you control of a body of a creature that will help.
His name's Fassbender.
His name is Fassbender.
And he's got an awesome mustache. And the bracelet's kind of just a bracelet, but I made it. It might be a friendship bracelet.
I'll put that on.
It might say friendship in Ashari.
The circlet will, if anything, if the need ever arises, it will be something that will help protect the city. And the scroll will explain the particulars.
If you go out by the funeral pyres, where we set the trap, you'll find him.
I've already moved him.
Percy,
I did it.
we'll tell you where he is.
It's in the scroll.
It's in the scroll, so just read the directions.
As you read the scroll, kind of glance over it, and you may have seen this entity walking in their vicinity once or twice during the time you met them, as a 12-foot tall stone golem. And it is explained in this that with the use of this circlet, you have control over this creature.
Well, the people of this town are, you know that they're grateful. And the problem is that for some of you, they may not be able to say that in a way that you can hear right now. But know that they are, and know that they will be for a long time. And if I have anything to say about it, it will be a very, very long time. And so thank you. Thank you for them, and thank you for me.
I give Kara a big hug.
No.
Free hug.
I watch awkwardly.
You do?
I watch.
As you guys break your hug, you look down.
You care? No, it's okay. You don't have to say it back.
You know where I am. And it could be that I will see you before too long. Some of us have more time than others, of course.
I'm sure I will see you at some point later.
As you step away and turn back to the wall, which is mostly done carving with the names and the story bits you, Percy, have been working on during this time, that child has returned and is still drawing with the chalk. And as you look down at the stick figures, you can see one with antlers, two that are smaller than the others, one that is larger than the rest, burlier, thicker around the chest, one that you can barely see, and one that flies across them all on a broom. And then at the very end, just finishing one with funny glasses. And the kid just stands up and looks at it once and goes, "It's done," and then runs off.
That was kind of amazing.
Oh dear.
I just take a little piece of chalk and I add trinket right on the list.
Much better drawn than the rest of them.
Almost perfect.
I can be right every now and then.
I hate you.
So, what's your next step?
We have more vestiges to get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An airship to steal.
Yes!
Vasselheim?
I have to go
Well-
to Vasselheim.
You have to go to Vasselheim?
Vasselheim is so far away and the Feywild is so very close.
And I have to go to the water tribe of the Ashari.
The Feywild is close.
I have to go to Vasselheim now, and I will go on my own back.
What?
Why?
Oh, that's why.
You have many avenues at your disposal. You have to come up with some central choice here. It's also Whitestone, which you guys haven't been doing a while yet to check in with anybody. There's definitely where all the vestiges are currently held. There is all those locations. So, what is your next step in the journey?
Why do you need to go back to Vasselheim? Right now.
I'm not done with her.
I think I know why he needs to go back to Vasselheim.
Why?
It's not my place to say.
I have to go now. Whether it's just me, Pike. I would be grateful if you would go with me.
Well, I'm going with you too.
I don't think that this is somewhere that you can go with me.
Vasselheim, I've been there.
Yes, you can go to Vasselheim, but what I have to do there, I don't want you to have any part of it. Just this one thing.
Well, then I'll go to Vasselheim and I'll wait outside.
I need you.
I take him and I pull him aside. I know that you've been avoiding me. And I just have to say, I don't know who or what this Raven Queen is, and I think that's what scares me the most. But I know if you're choosing a life of faith or whatever you want this to be, I'm happy for you.
I take her by the hand and I pull her further away. Much further away. Did the others tell you what happened? In the tomb, in the sunken tomb?
I'm getting bits and pieces.
I have been avoiding you. First of all, there was a trap and Vexalia... I almost lost Vexalia, and a woman appeared. Not a woman, a god appeared. She appeared. And I did something... I tried to save my sister. I did something stupid. I tried to bargain. I didn't even fucking want the armor that I'm wearing right now. I didn't want it. I don't think I've ever told you how much I admire you. I always have. You have a kindness about you that comes with such ease and honesty. You've always carried a light. Her light. And I think, you know, I admire everyone in our band of misfit toys, but you most of all. And when you left, we all noticed its absence, all of us. And I think I wanted to find it again for myself. Hers, your benefactor. I felt her. And I told myself that when you came back, I was going to come to you and I was going to learn from you and follow her. As soon as you came back.
Okay, I have to get it out of my head. So Okay. I was right, but I was wrong. It doesn't have anything to do with the Feywild or Fenthras or any of that bullshit. That's all not a bait, obviously. That's all just not it. It is about the voters section. God. At the time, shut the fuck up, Daniel. At the time, I said that Vax is having this crisis of conscience. He's trying to figure himself out. He doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like a... How do I say it? It's the thing that I thought it was, but it's different. I thought that it was going to be him looking at Keyleth and wanting to get her moral compass because of their pre-existing connection. And because she's really acted as the heart, even when Pike is here. It's like, saying like, hey, Pike, you have this heart of goodness is not, it's tough because it's like kind of what I think of, but I think of it as Matt's Pike, not Ashley's Pike. So I didn't expect it, but I could still see it. And it makes sense that he would glom onto Ashley, or not Ashley, Pike. It makes sense that Vax would latch on to Pike if he is choosing the road of embracing or looking for the road to embrace the Raven Queen. Because he's essentially like, hey, I think I want to be as cool as you, and I think the reason you're so cool is because of the god you follow. But now I follow this sucky ass god. So from that perspective, it makes sense for him to approach her with all of this. So his crisis of conscience, like, plot line is I thought it was going to be rooted in the him and Keyleth romance subplot, but it's actually rooted in the Raven Queen subplot. So, okay. Which is also why he can't have Vax go with him. Man. Or Vex go with him. I was really orbiting it. He can't have Vex go with him because, again, and honestly, it maybe even makes a little bit more sense this way, because not only is Vex a representation of his past life and his past decisions, but she just like his past decisions, are what have pushed him into this crisis point where he is serving a god that he doesn't want to serve in a relatively similar way of is Vox Machina, or his actions as a hero serving the heroic values that he wants to have. And those actions pushed him into this crisis point in the same way that saving Vex pushed him in to this Raven Queen. There's definitely some substantial mirroring there. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. So I wonder if Fenthras... I wonder if they're even going to go to the Feywild. 2 people mentioned the Feywild, and I was like, fuck yeah, we're in. So they might still go there. And it might really be a Keyleth moment, which is what I was theorizing at the end of that. But I still thought it would kind of be at least somewhat related to Vax. And I guess it still could be. But if all of his stuff happens in Vasselheim, I feel like they won't want to re-emphasize him again in the Feywild. So maybe it'll be either Keyleth solo? No, but it has to be related to Vex. Fenthras has to be related to Vex, so maybe it's a Vex plotline, but she doesn't have any reason to not just take the bow. Like, it's not going to be a big, morally ambiguous thing for her. I mean, maybe it's just meant to be a conflict and a drama point between her and Keyleth afterward. Like, she takes Fenthras, kills the tree, which makes Keyleth and Percy mad at her, and now this is an inter-party conflict. Obviously, Vax is going to rush to Vex's side, and maybe this is supposed to be more of an inter-party conflict than any singular character's personal conflict. Assuming all of that still fucking happens, they also threw in the fucking Ashari water tribe, which I have more than a distinct impression is not going to be in the Feywild. I have a feeling that the water tribe is either going to be between Iman and Marquette / Vasselheim, or I guess I should say Taldore. And either between Taldore and Marquette / Othanzia, or Taldore and Wildmount. I think the Water Ashari are going to be somewhere en route off continent, which would take us even further away from the only known Fey crossing, which puts the Feywild even more in question. Shit. I thought I was cooking with that one. You acted the exact same way, keeping her away from the clasp? Yes. But I do think there was a distinct difference of don't go to the clasp because at one point they wanted to traffic you, as opposed to don't come with me, I need to be alone. I think there's a bit of a difference there. Clerics come prepackaged with a sense of purpose, something Vax has been looking for. Yeah. And I thought that he was going to get that sense of purpose in Keyleth's Aramente. I thought that was like the thing that he was going to connect with. But if we're being real, like real, I think there's a possibility that maybe it was originally in Liam's head as a Vax Keyleth plotline, but they wanted to involve Ashley. Like them like being like, Ashley, or like, Pike, you come up and speak at the at the whole like speech thing in Westruun, and like Pike, you come along with, like, I think that they're kind of very purposely trying to involve Ashley Johnson while they have her. So I think it's maybe possible that maybe originally I was right, but I think I kind of just want to think that. I think that this makes a lot of sense, possibly more sense than my original theory. Interesting. The theories are so entertaining. Didn't Vax sew a symbol of Sarenrae on his glove way back with the Briarwoods? Yeah. Which does make sense in this context. I kind of assumed that was like an anti-vampire thing. I didn't really blink twice at it, but in this context, that could have definitely been foreshadowing of this plot that he wanted to, like, pursue. So, such a house of cards. It's all crumbling down. I think that they'll be in the water. Me too, Dr. Hoovy. We're so in sync. He doesn't want to be alone, though, right? Didn't he want Pike there? Yes. I think you are right. But I guess I am taking this less as a protective thing and more a don't look at me sort of thing. To me they're different because the clasp wasn't him being vulnerable. It was a expression of his protectiveness. I don't think that this is an expression of his protectiveness. I think he doesn't want for Vex to see him vulnerable. And I also think he doesn't want Vex exposed to what she did to him. Like, he has talked about his crisis of conscience with everyone except for Vex, except for the time that she, like, really pushed him on it. Like, she had to, like, hunt him down, and he told her to go away. I think it was in Iman, in their castle. And he had talked about it with other people, but never with Vex. I think that's more of what I'm interpreting this as, but it's definitely up to interpretation. Yeah. I got the impression he doesn't want Vex involved since she's related to the Raven Queen business. Yes. I think that is accurate, but I don't think it's a direct comparison to the clasp. Gila's Aramente is also deeply personal. She's the only one in the world doing it right now versus worshipping a goddess. Yes, but just in terms of, like, generically looking to model someone who has purpose. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. These are all over the place. I think it's a bit of column A, a bit of column B. Probably, yeah. I think he's also afraid of the deal he made and the fact that he doesn't fully understand the deal he made with the RK yet. Possible. It's hard for me to know how much he knows. Like, I don't know how much they've, like, talked about off table about, like, the scenario. I assume at least a little bit because he took a paladin level. So I assume that they've talked at least to a degree about it. But it's hard to know how much he knows exactly. Raven Queen. Yeah. Interesting.
And like so many things that I reach for in this life, it slipped through my fingers. And I've gone and painted myself into a corner. And I can't anymore. And I think when I saw you, it was just a reminder of what I've lost. I'm sorry for avoiding you.
Don't be sorry. I understand now. And I don't think that...
It's essentially him saying that he's beyond the point of no return. You know, the things that he has done, he is irredeemable. He is not able to be a good person anymore. And like the Raven Queen is just is symbolizing that, of like maybe at one point he could have turned his moral compass around. He could have been a better person. He could have been the hero that Kynan, the kid in Iman, the kid in Iman deserved. But now he's too far gone. And that is something that, like, if someone else does something very bad to you, but they don't intend to, and you didn't, and you took on the burden very willingly. Like, I know in my own life, when I'm taking care of someone at, you know, personal cost and sacrifice to myself, I don't want them to be aware of it hurting me. You know, I don't, because like I chose to do it. And so that's how I'm reading his reaction to Vex, is as that of he made a decision for her, and he thinks that decision kind of fucked his soul in his morality. And so he doesn't want her to witness that because he still loves her, and he doesn't want her to feel bad about a choice that he made for himself to help her. That's how I'm reading this. Now, I read it very differently when I was relating it to Fenthras and what did I name it? The Moon Tree. I read it very his plot very differently then, but relating it to the Queen and to these like lost ambitions has sort of modified how I'm thinking about this. Yeah. Interesting take I've not thought of. I read it very differently. Interesting. Hey, and that's the fun part. That's the fun part. Sometimes, like, these sorts of things are sort of an ink blot test, you know? Like, reviewing it and talking about, like, how you interpret it and what it means to you. Like, everything that I'm talking about is, like, metaphor and symbolism. So it's like, I'm not right in any literal sense. It's just, you know, how I'm interpreting the metaphor that we're being presented with. And I think how you interpret that does say a bit about you, you know? Interesting. Same. I don't read quite as much self-hatred, but I think it's very valid and interesting take. Yeah. Maybe not self-hatred, and this is maybe this is the ink blot test revealed a little bit, but I read it as like a level of depressing apathy of I have missed the opportunity. Like, the choices that I have made have so severely screwed me that I will never be able to be a good person again. Which, like I said, maybe a bit of self-report on some things that some depressive moments that I have felt in the past. But that's, you know, the way that that's the interesting thing, I think, about these sort of plot lines that tie in like these metaphysical things, these supernatural elements to serve as, you know, hyper metaphors for very human stories, like Craven Edge in my interpretation kind of being analogous with like doping. It's like I'm you know, Could be just incredibly wrong about the intention, but that's how I took it. And that's one of the cool parts about like symbolism and metaphor within D&D and TTRPGs is that they can take on such different meanings. That's why fantasy's cool. That's why I like fantasy, at least. Moon tree. This is the juice moon tree. Look, it all comes back to the moon tree. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting. You know what I just realized? Now stop me if this sounds too much like pre-watching. Stop me. Hey, hold me back. All I'm saying is we know that Fenthras is the heart of the tree. You know what else we know? Fenthras is a bow. And you know what else we know about bows? They're curved, motherfucker. Much like a crescent moon, you might say. Oh, interesting. I wonder if there's any connection there. Not in reference to Confirm or Deny, but I think the moon tree might be our new Kiva. It's all the moon tree. It's moon trees all the way down. Wait, doesn't Kiva have a heart just like the tree? Pretty sus. Oh no.
You're lost in any way? I think if you felt in some way that this is who you've needed to follow, then follow her.
Well, the bottom line is I couldn't walk away if I wanted to because I know that I would lose my sister. But I don't want to anymore. We've all been close to death, all of us. Now I'm just a little bit closer. And it took me a bit, but maybe we are not meant to be happy. I don't know.
I don't think that's true.
Well, I don't know, but I know that I can be of use.
You can be. And you are of use. And I'm not the type of person that would ever say that you have to choose and follow who I follow. But I just will tell you now that if the Raven Queen fucks with you, or hurts you, or doesn't change you for the better, then she's going to have to deal with me and we're going to have a problem. But as of right now...
Right. Classically kind, sweet. little shortbread. What short stack? Yeah. I definitely not the threatening goblin that she is.
I love you, Dax. And it's going to be fine, and I am here for you no matter what, and you can talk to me anytime. And don't be ashamed or embarrassed.
I was. I'm doing better.
Okay. Don't be ashamed. And turn that frown upside down.
It would help if you stayed around.
I will do my best.
I know.
Because sometimes people call and sometimes I just have to go to do work. But maybe you'll discover that with the Raven Queen. Maybe she'll take you to jobs and you just have to go.
Prime time.
But I adore you. Okay?
I was all kinds of fucked up a couple of weeks ago.
Well, you are all kinds of fucked up all the time. And that's we're all kinds of fucked up, and that's why we all are together.
I walk by eating chicken and wearing no pants.
And I give him a slap on his bare ass as he walks by. You okay? You will be.
Ish.
Ish. That's all we can be is ish. Okay? Okay.
To the Feywild.
To where? Where?
He needs a destination.
What is your next
I
plan of action?
I think we should...
I'm going to Vassal.
God
To Vasselheim.
To Vasselheim, then.
Vasselheim.
If Emo Elf is going to Vasselheim, we're going to
Then we've got to go to
Vasselheim.
Vasselheim.
Right.
I could catch up.
No, no.
You can't go by
Well, we
yourself.
have the
Can't go by
rocks.
yourself
We
to
have the rocks.
Vasselheim.
We can send a rock with him.
No, it's fucking stupid.
All he has to do
I'm
is go
going.
up there
I wouldn't
and
let him go to Vasselheim.
Yeah,
go
we're all-
clear
we're
or
all going
whatever.
to
and come
I
Vasselheim.
have
find
things
us.
I can do in Vasselheim.
It's the only
You better
bastion of
fucking come
standing
back.
civilization
Can we
left.
go? Is Feywild on the way?
No.
No, it's in
Isn't
the
it?
opposite direction, south of here.
In the Feywilds,
Anywhere
I have
you
a
want
president
us to be.
technically on another.
another plane?
It's another plane.
We know
Oh,
an
let's go
entrance.
on the way. It's like on the way,
No, we
practically.
know an entrance to the Feywild in the
Yeah,
Frostworld.
there are many
but-
doors to the Feywild throughout the world. You
find
just only
another
know
one.
one.
Let's just let Vex go by himself.
No.
No, there's actually things that can be done in Vasselheim.
I pull Vax aside.
Oh, Christ.
Hey, you had 2 hours to beat the shit out of a Goliath. Sit tight, buddy.
I pull Care aside.
I pull Grog aside.
I walk away.
Catchphrase. Meme. Tweet.
All right, so as Keyleth pulls you aside,
Do you want to go alone? Do you want to go by yourself? Because if you want to go by yourself, say something and we'll let you go. If you think this is something you need to do by yourself,
I'm actually scared shitless, and I would like Pike and you to go with me. I would like my sister not to go anywhere near her. And that's what I would like. And that's it. You and Pike.
then say something.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Hey, I'd like to go to Vasselheim. Pike. Keyleth, can you open up a hole in a tree? We can go quick. Everyone could go to Vasselheim. There's just a specific place in Vasselheim that I need to go. And I love you, but I just don't want you to be a part of it. So you either hang out with Grog or stay outside. Okay?
Fine.
Okay.
To Vasselheim.
To Vasselheim.
as
Outside of building in Vasselheim.
indeed, as you find
To a far wooded area where magic is permissible.
Vasselheim-ish.
Outside of Vasselheim.
divine magic is permissible. Like the essence of pulling magic beyond the powers, it's the arcane practicing that is frowned upon. It's not illegal. It's just generally frowned upon.
Let's go.
Rude.
Yeah, sure.
But yes, as you step back to the surface beyond the subterranean personnel bunker that is now the sewage system of Westruun, you find yourself at a nearby tree. The doorway opens, and you all dart through into the cold, snow-dappled, cobbled streets of Vasselheim. And that's where we'll end tonight's game. Picking up next week.
Yay!
At that moment, thank you guys so much. That was a great session. Dude,
You're in the fields.
Patrick, my new best friend.
Thanks, Care Bear.
Thanks, Care Bear.
Thanks so much for having me. I've been a fan for a long time. It was a real treat.
Dude, our pleasure, man.
As
Thank
you
you.
have been
Of you, I knew. Care Bear share.
And thanks, Loot Crate.
And thanks
Yes,
for,
Lucre.
for
And thank you, Loot Crate. Does Loot Crate still exist? It might. It might or it might not. I honestly don't know. Oh, hi, ma'am. Do you want to come over? Oh, there's a dog who just woke up from her nap. You want to come up here and talk to me? Come on, you can. Come on, you're strong. You're so strong. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Wait, gotta go back to just chatting. There we go. Hi. This is her love toy. When she gets excited, well, all the time, she likes to hold pieces of things and bodies inside of her mouth. So she really likes to hold your hand, but then when she gets excited, she holds it too hard and it hurts. So we started redirecting her to grab this toy. Oh, it's a green toy, so you guys couldn't even see it. That's so funny. We've started redirecting her to whenever she gets too excited. Instead of grabbing us, she grabs her toy. And so now whenever she's excited, she goes to grab her toy. It's very cute. Oh, let's see. Woof. Excited for next episode. One of my favorites in C1. Ooh, interesting. Oh, it's just a yellow toy? That's fair. I guess it's yellowish. We'll have to see. It'll depend on the status. Based on the fact that we had a drop, I'm assuming that they did not actually come out. So it'll depend. Ideally, I'd like to, from now on at least, I'd like to, like, my goal is to start a new episode. Woof woof. My goal is to start a new episode every Wednesday. I don't know if that'll happen with the, like, ISP techs coming out. I might try the new format with the Battle Royale episode, not with 60... What is it? No, not 60. 57. So maybe that'll happen instead. It'll depend on how the ISP stuff goes. But honestly, you know what? If this is what we're stuck with forever, one short drop for a 4.5-hour stream, you know, I can deal. It'll suck. I'd rather have it be, 100% clear. But if they did replace it and this is what we're with, that's, we'll make it work. I excitedly going to spoil myself. Bird or bug? Yeah, it was bird. Bird dog. Anytime I hear of Loot Crate, I just think of Germa screaming, "There's blood in the box." I do not know this reference, but I like Germa. I know Germa. But I don't know that specific Germa meme. But the Germa memes go so deep. I think Loot Crate recently closed. Oh, interesting. My family's previous dog used to frantically grab a shoe when he got too excited. He always grabs a toy. It's good redirection to be like, hey, grab a toy instead of a person. But now it's just cute. As long as it doesn't crash stream, it's all right. Yeah, which, like, this one did kind of crash stream, but it just didn't do it for very long. So that's not great, but we'll make do. We'll figure it out. Okay. So slightly updated theory, though. And I'll communicate I'll communicate what the plan is in the next... I mean, the ISP originally told me 48 hours, so theoretically I should know by, like, tomorrow night. But obviously, timelines can be wibbly. So, might be on in the intervening time, may not be, depending on how these things go. But, especially for Critical Eyes, and for the next main episode, I will probably know what the plan is by Thursday. That is my hope, at least. It's called Dork Cube. What's called Dork Cube? Loot Crate? Interesting. A dog would not grab a toy in that situation. Always a shoe. He also used to try and hoard them, but he literally snuck like an old-timey cartoon dog. That's very funny. The Germa clip. Okay, I'll look it up. I'll look up Dark Cube. Sick. Okay. Well, I think that's pretty much it. My only real I don't know how much Vasselheim will fall out from here, especially with seemingly the party or Scanlan pushing really hard to go to the Feywild. So maybe Vasselheim is a one-epper. It's just 57, and then they do the road to Vasselheim, or that they do the road to the what's it called, Feywild. So whatever my original timeline was, because I think I gave specific episode numbers in my original theory. Whatever my original theory was, give it a +1 on all the episodes. I'm going to posit that episode 57 will be the Vasselheim bottle ep. And then after that, we'll go to the Feywild. That'll be very... But now my whole Fenthros theory is so in flux. I'm gonna stick with it being Keyleth that has to pull Fenthros out. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna be. Hey, say what you mean to be confident. No. Not walking back. Not backpedaling. It's. Even if I am debating between Vex and Keyleth, you'll never know. I'll never say it. I've always said Keyleth. I've always been a. It's always been Keyleth that's gonna pull it out. You guys know that. Don't watch 2 streams ago. So, what's the theory? Keyleth pulls it out. It's beef between Keyleth and Vex. And or maybe just like Keyleth's own internal drama. I guess it might not be. The thing is, it has to involve Vex. That's what I can't square in my mind, is I really don't think it will be Vex. But it has to involve her, given that it's the bow. And no one else is gonna use the bow. So them getting the vestige is explicitly them powering up Vex. That is one side of the debate. The other side is the destruction of the Sun Tree and any of the myriad issues that could cause. I feel like I should be able to pin it down harder. Like, I feel like all the puzzle pieces are there for me. I just can't quite make them fit together on exactly what kind of plot and what kind of conflict this is gonna be. Keyleth versus Keyleth. Keyleth internal strife. I think for now, I'm going to commit to... You know what? I'm actually going to throw something out there. Over the course of episode 57, over the course of Vax's interactions with the Raven Queen, he's going to be like, I don't want Vex to be involved in this. You stay away from my sister, you motherfucker. And then the Raven Queen's going to be like, stay away from your sister. I couldn't be any closer. And she's gonna give him like X-ray vision for a second, and he's gonna be able to see everyone's souls, and his soul is tied to her because he already had that vision where there was like all those lines and shit, and then I think he saw her face or she talked to him. Either way, his soul gonna be super connected to her, much like a spoilerless reference from Secret Histories, Cosmere, much like that scene. So he's going to see all of the wires attached to himself, and he's gonna be like, "What do you mean? I'm the only one connected to you." And she's gonna be like, "Look closer." And then Vex, I don't know why that's the Raven Queen's voice, but it is. And I know that already. And he's gonna look out through the Raven Queen temple again with his X-ray vision, and he's gonna see Vex outside. And the Raven Queen's the one with like the porcelain mask, right? Am I thinking of the right god? I don't think it's a spoiler to look that up. Raven Queen. Okay, well, she looks like a cute anime girl. I don't think that's her. Wait, Critical Role watch. Look at this. Is this the Raven Queen? Oh, this is from Ever After High. Okay, yeah, there's the Raven Queen. Okay. This makes way more sense. Okay. So she has a mask. Okay. So So, so she's gonna be like, Vax is gonna be all fucking aggro, and he's gonna be like, I'm the only one that serves you. You don't fucking touch her. And then she's gonna be like, look at your sister. And he's gonna look out, and Vex's soul is going to be black as well, potentially even blacker than Vax's, and it's gonna have like a little mask on it. It's gonna have like a little keychain version of the Raven Queen mask, and she's gonna be like, you thought that you could bring her back without leaving a mark? I cannot undo death. Only subvert it, only control it. Blah, 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 blah. And so it's gonna be like, and so Vax, I don't remember where I was going with this. So Vax is gonna be like, oh no, and there's going to be then. Oh, this worked. This worked. I had a reason for why this would happen. You should not look up the Raven Queen. Potential spoilers for CR in general. Got it. Good to know. Imagine if that's who Vax was dealing with. So she's bad. Although, or maybe she's not bad. But she's marked, and Vax is gonna be like, oh no, we have to reform Vex. Or maybe she thinks she needs to be reformed? I don't know. Damn it, I really lost the plot. I was cooking for a second. I was chefing it up. Because this was going to work into Keyleth taking the bow. It was going to work into that. And I don't remember how. It was going to be something along the lines of like, Vex is... The sprinklers went off and put out the fires in the kitchen. It was going to be something to the effect of now Vex is tainted, so they don't want like more death on her soul. So they don't want to take Fenthras, but she's like, nah, I'm fine. I'm totally chillin'. We're fine. And so she's going to be like, give me Fenthras. No, that's weak. Damn it. That's super weak. I'll think about it more. I think I'm circling around. Yes, I did. This is the suspicious, what is it, like suspicious food from Breath of the Wild? Yeah. I was going there, and then I made a mistake, and it's unrecoverable. Yeah, I made the censored food. Yeah. I'm circling around something of like this concept of like Vax can't continue protecting Vex no matter how much he tries. It's not really like fully possible. And that interacts with her gaining the power from Fenthras. It's right there. Like I can feel I can feel the shape of the theory. And it's a star shape, but I can't find a star piece. You know? I keep trying to put the circle pieces in, but the theory's too pointy. It doesn't like the circles. It's far too pointy. I can't get there. I keep thinking I'll be able to get there if I just think about it hard enough, but it's not happening. It's not happening. It'll happen some other time, probably after 57, after all that. And then we'll be back. So, with that, I'm going to leave y'all to it. Yeah, I will let you know by Thursday at least what the plan is. I'm not saying like we'll definitely do 57 on Thursday or tomorrow. We might do it on either. But you will definitely see me. I just don't know exactly when 57 will happen because I don't know when they're going to be swapping things, and I'll need to test and all that. Might need to let it bake just a little bit longer. I agree. So with that, probably some Outer Wilds in the next few days because I'm not as concerned about drops on that. Might be some other things where I'm not as concerned about drops. But that's all. That's it. Thank you again for joining, and I'll see y'all later. Thanks again. Goodbye.